Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, and I call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us with the invocation this morning will Pastor Drew of the Cool Community Church. Would you like to speak? He's on Zoom, isn't he? Okay, good.
Morning. Let's have a word of prayer. Father, those of us who lead various businesses, departments, and organizations, we know what a difficult task has been set before this Board of Supervisors today. God, the responsibilities of leadership are almost more than any one of us can bear. And oftentimes the tasks are of such a Herculean nature that we may even stagger under the sheer immensity of it all. And so, Father, before I ask for anything for this body, I want to be sure to ask that you would grant each of them courage today. Grant them the courage to do what is right. Grant them the courage to dream big dreams for our community. Grant them the courage to at least try to make this world a better place. Of course, when we talk about courage, we should probably ask ourselves where that kind of courage comes from. And having led for some time, I am deeply convicted that real courage in leadership is born out of deep-seated convictions. And so, God, I just pray that the work that this team does today would be born out of some of those just fundamental convictions. The conviction that, messy as it is, representative democracy works. The conviction that the American experiment is worth fighting for. The conviction that all men are created equal in the sight of God and have been endowed with certain inalienable rights. And the conviction that a life lived in service to one's country is a life well lived. I guess really what I'm asking for this morning is that you would just help these men and women to do the work that you have set before them. Finally, Lord, I pray that today you would use the entirety of our county government to accomplish the two purposes of government that you've laid out in your word. First, that you would use them, and especially that you would use our sheriff's office to restrain evil, to punish wrongdoers, that others may be deterred from doing wrong. And second, that you would use them to reward and to do good to the people of El Dorado County. God, would you do that? Not because you have to, but because you're kind and because I'm asking in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Supervisor Camp, will you lead us in the pledge?
Please stand, hand over your heart or salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. Also, as a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is the time to comment on any other item that is not on the agenda today. We now will move on to the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. At this time, does any of the board have any comments or changes? District 1?
No. No.
District 5?
No changes.
District 3?
None from District 3.
District 4?
No.
No changes. All right, now I'd like to open it up to public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hang on, Melody.
Oh, thank you.
Pursuant to my rights under Section 54954.3 of the Brown Act, I am requesting that you assign item number 2, grand jury responses, a specific time on the BOS agenda rather than surreptitiously burying it under department matters, which may be called at any time during the day. If Mr. Livingston is advising the BOS to call department matters at any time, then it is a violation of the Brown Act, which stipulates, quote, care must be given to avoid violating the speech rights of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. As such, members of the public have broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of the governmental body. Any attempt to restrict the content of such speech, such as calling an item at any time during the day, must be narrowly tailored to effectuate a compelling state interest, and that such a prohibition promoted discussion artificially geared towards praising and maintaining the status quo, thereby foreclosing meaningful public dialogue, end quote. In fact, Mr. Livingston will recall a conversation we had at the rear of this room a few years ago concerning Marbury versus Madison, which states any law that is repugnant to the Constitution is null and void. Ultimately, the Constitution and all laws are based upon the laws of God. Let's not forget the EDC core values of accountability, collaboration, integrity, doing what is right legally and morally at all times, regardless of whether or not someone is watching, and service excellence, providing comprehensive service to all citizens. Chairman Turnbull, being the man of God that you profess to be, I hope you will do what is right in the sight of both man and God. Therefore, please show due respect for the Constitution, the law, and your constituents by scheduling a specific time to address this agendized item as required under Section 54954.2E3 of the Brown Act before you. And by the way, that was an excellent prayer by the pastor this morning. Madam Clerk, please.
Thank you, Melvin.
Hello, good morning, Ruth Michelson, District 4. I wanted to bring up on the consent calendar, item 1, which is the approval of the minutes. And I have a concern about the minutes. When you had your meeting on April 9th, you talked about 504. It was not agendized. It was treated as an agenda item. There were questions asked of the public, as are, for public comment, as is in an agenda item. So there is no record in your minutes of 504 being discussed. And I think it should be a historical record. I mean, yes, there is something on the website, but unless I had a crystal ball and knew to look on the website, if I looked at the agenda, if I looked at the minutes, I would have never known that 504 was discussed. My other issue while I'm here, not exactly on the agenda, but the noticing of 504, it truly wasn't something for the public to comment on because the public wasn't noticed. I wasn't there for the discussion. I came in at 10 o'clock that day. Had I known, I would have rearranged my schedule to be here. So I really suggest that you redo it, put 504 on the agenda, really allow people to comment on it. And I still want to say that I don't approve these agenda minutes because there is no reference to it. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue Taylor. So number 16, I had a question because I thought the Missouri Flat Financing Master Circulation Financing Plan was closed out last year. So I'm wondering how is that being used to fund something if I mean, what happened to that? Did that not get closed out? So that's one of my questions. And then I'll bring that other one.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? So the online participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 525. 525. We can't hear you, 525. Still nothing. We only have the one person online. I'm not sure. Remove permission granted again. Can you try now? It just dropped off.
It's dropped off. Okay.
Okay, well, the good news is that's Leo, I believe.
Yes,
and
it is.
He did send us an email
Right.
with his comments, so we did
Mhm.
receive them, and it was also about the meeting minutes and very similar to what Ms. Michelson said, so.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Okay. All right. I'll close public comment at this time. Thank you all. At this time, the board will make any necessary additions, deletions, and corrections to the agenda, determine matters that to be added or removed in the consent calendar. And with one motion, adopt the agenda and approve the consent calendar. What was will of the board? Consent.
Chair, I'll move the approval of the agenda and the consent.
Okay. Did I get a second?
I'll second, but can we get a response to Sue's inquiry about the MCNFP just for the record?
Yeah. Anything you have to say? Okay, come on up, Raphael.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So the MTNFP instrument itself, the fiscal instrument was closed, or the CFD, thank you, David, was actually closed, but what was continued was the collection of it for the remaining two projects. So there were a certain number of projects that were included as the nexus, the reasoning for the collection of that funding. And once those two projects are completed, which are the Headington extension and intersection, as well as the Diamond Springs Parkway project. Once those two projects are completed, then there will be no further need for the collection of that funding. So the CFD has been terminated. It's now running out the remaining of the collection for those two projects, which were still part of the original MCNFP. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Raphael. If you want to answer Nolini's problem, Dave, or not this time, or?
I'm sorry, but I was going to provide a response just regarding the 504 discussion, and we have attached the Charter 504 fact sheet to the agenda item, the budget item from 4.8.
Okay, all right. Dave,
Yeah, the Brown Act does not require that matters be heard at time certain.
okay, thank you. All right, we got a motion, and do I have a second?
Just adoption agenda and approve the consent calendar with no changes.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we'll go to our 9 o'clock allocation, planning and building residential design standards and guidelines. Thank you, Rob.
Item number 23 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Services, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign amendment to competitively bid to assist with creating a new commercial mixed-use and multi-use residential design standards and guidelines for the county's community regions and rural centers.
Kim, do you mind pulling up the PowerPoint presentation? Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Thea Graybill, Acting Planning Manager for the Long Range Planning Team. I'm here today with Karen Gardner, Director of Planning and Building. Also Rob Peters, Deputy Director of the Planning Division, and Tom Purcell, who is a Senior Planner with the Long Range Planning Team. We're seeking approval for a contract amendment with Mintier Harnish to complete the Permanent Design Standards project, which will build on the interim design standards that were completed in December 2024. Typically, contract amendments on the board are on the board's consent calendar. However, we wanted to have an open dialogue and conversation today with the board and the public, given the importance of this project in our county. Over the last decade, creating community-specific design standards has been one of the board's top priorities. The goal of this effort is to foster economic development by guiding and promoting efficient development, enhancing community image and attractiveness, encouraging mixed use and infill development, streamlining the permitting and environmental review process, protecting and enhancing community character and vision, creating walkable and bikeable environments, ultimately all attracting businesses and residents to our county. Next slide. During this item, I'll first provide a brief background summary of the history of this project. Can you go back a slide, please, Kim? Thank you. You're too quick for me. Next, I'll review the major changes to the revised scope of work. Then I'll discuss the various strategies that staff have used to reduce the budget and save costs. Then I will summarize how we structured this item today with some of the optional tasks and components to allow for flexibility depending on the board's direction. And then review the overall budget for the contract amendment and of course provide our staff's recommendation to the board. Next slide. So I want to start by acknowledging what is on this slide does not really begin to cover the long history of this project. Much hard work was completed many years prior to 2022. This slide just provides a more recent kind of snapshot of what's taken place. So in February 2022, the county formally began working on the project, based on the Shingle Springs community design standards. In August 2022, the county work had to pause, mostly due to updates with state legislation then becoming law. And so then, September 2022 to April 2024, the county did some analysis and determined that some of the work unfortunately had to be redone based on that state legislation. And so and then we also determined that we needed to amend the contract based on some of those changes. And so in July 2024, staff brought the contract amendment to the board, and the board directed staff to, 1, develop countywide interim objective community design standards in-house, and then 2, to do what we're in front of you today, to process a new contract amendment based on the interim standards for the community regions in our county, but also the rural centers. And so in December 2024, the board adopted those interim standards, which cover the following: interim objective design standards for the state streamlined ministerial projects, and interim design standards and guidelines for the non-streamlined ministerial projects. Those went into effect on January 3rd, 2025, and will remain in effect until permanent design standards are developed for each community region and rural centers. So you may be wondering kind of why we don't just want to stick with those interim standards. The interim standards were intended to be just that, interim. The interim standards are based on just the Shingle Springs community. And so, as you know, Shingle Springs is much different than the other communities in our county, like Pollock Pines, El Dorado Hills, or Cameron Park. And staff has not really done the necessary community engagement and public outreach in those community regions, nor the rural centers. And so, although it was obviously a great accomplishment to adopt the interim standards, staff has completed those standards in an extremely truncated fashion due to an immediate need. And we now need to go through kind of the more standard planning process and go out into these other communities to listen to their needs with the goal of drafting standards that meet those needs. Next slide.
Can I ask a question right here?
Sure.
You mentioned, thank you, Chair. You mentioned the interim design standards are really just applicable to Shingle Springs, but I thought they were countywide.
They are
Did I just-
countywide. They're sort of based on Shingle Springs because Shingle Springs we had already done community engagement in Shingle Springs. They had a good starting point. And so they are countywide, the interim standards, but they're sort of based on that.
Okay.
I could augment that by just saying that we also looked to the Missouri Flat Design guidelines that were just that, guidelines and not standards. And so we did try to utilize the work out of Shingle Springs in a more global sense, even though a lot of that work was done within that community.
And I'll just note too, this was an extensive conversation at the Planning Commission, and they really did. Their recommendation was that we had to move forward with permanent design standards based on that we really didn't go out to each community and listen to what each community might want for their community.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions right now? None? Okay, go ahead.
So the contract amendment includes a revised scope of work. We revised that based on previous board direction, learnings from our work on the interim standards, and just trying to streamline things with a cost saving lens. And so the major revisions to the revised scope include the following. We added Community 4 to create design standards for rural centers. And this was based on specific board direction. Second, we added a section for additional kind of project management and additional county coordination in component 3. And this is really just based on like learnings. There's just a lot of additional meetings and communication needed between the consultant and the county on projects of this size. Third, we removed the CEQA compliance review and brought that in-house as a cost savings measure. Staff at the county are going to be completing that task. 4, we removed the community outreach and engagement and also brought that in-house. And that is not only a cost savings measure, but also just good practice. It's best that county staff go out to the communities and really listen to, what members of the public want in their communities. And then 5, we removed the extra board and commission study sessions, and that's a cost savings measure and just also learnings. That doesn't mean that there's going to be less engagement with the board or the planning commission. We just felt that we wanted to really focus on going out into the communities, and so we prioritized that. Next slide. So budget and cost savings. Staff estimated a total of approximately $119,000 in cost savings. We achieved this by bringing certain tasks in-house, as I mentioned, and having county staff complete the CEQA compliance work, doing community outreach and engagement, and preparing certain documents and ordinance revisions, all of those in-house. And so you won't find this necessarily in the budget. These are total cost savings based on a 2024 preliminary cost estimates from the consultant. So we did this upfront to save on costs. Next slide. Along with the consultant, staff drafted the scope with some optional tasks. And I know this kind of might get a little bit confusing, but we did this to just allow some flexibility in our discussion today without needing to proceed with an additional contract amendment, going back and forth. There are several tasks that staff deem as optional. These optional tasks include, as I noted, the board workshops, architectural styles, rural centers, which is component 4. In total, based on these recommendations, the removal of certain optional tasks, there would be a cost savings of a little over $60,000. And so although staff is recommending to move forward with certain optional tasks and components for a variety of reasons, we are proposing to remove additional board workshops because, as I noted before, we're holding 2 community workshops, and supervisors and in fact commissioners are certainly welcome to attend those, especially in their districts. And so we're really not removing a step. We're still going out into the communities, hearing the public, and welcoming commissioners and supervisors. We're also recommending removal of 2 architectural styles for the Shingle Springs community region, and 1 of the 2 for the Cameron Park, El Dorado Hills, and El Dorado Diamond Springs. And that's just because staff feels that the 4 interims architectural styles that we've already developed are likely to suffice for those community regions. And we've kind of given ourselves at least a wiggle room for just one additional architectural style, just in case that's needed. We also are recommending to keep the Royal Centers component 4 in the scope, just given the great importance of maintaining royal character of those areas. Next slide. So we are recommending the board approve the contract amendment and increase the total budget by a little over $400,000 with a new not to exceed amount of $707,245 and some change. As a cost savings measure, additionally, staff has sort of spread the total contract budget over 3 fiscal years, as you'll see on this slide. This project is currently included in the department's budget request for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of $327,000. If approved today, the cost estimate for fiscal year 25-26 will likely be lower to some trying to do some work up front completed this fiscal year and obviously fiscal year 24-25. So fiscal years 26-27 and 27-28 will be budgeted in the department's budget accordingly. However, staff is projecting that will cost approximately $138,918 each. So that's an additional cost savings measure, kind of spreading that money out a little bit. Next slide. Staff is recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign Amendment 2 to Agreement 5912 with Mintier Harnish to assist with creating new commercial, mixed-use, and multifamily residential design standards and guidelines for the county's community regions and rural centers. Increase the total budget by $400,630.84 with a new not to exceed amount of $707,245.84. Update the scope of work and extend the term of the agreement by 3 years with a new expiration date of August 1st, 2028. However, if the board does elect to approve the contract with one of the alternative cost estimates, which you can find in attachment C and D, the total contract budget would be reduced as shown on those attachments. And that's all I have today for my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So
might
bring it
have.
back to the board for any questions or comments. Anybody have any?
Yeah, I think so. I think we can start it. I'm pretty sure there's not any question that we need to do this. It's implementing the general plan. I was sharing with everyone and I gave one to the clerk to attach to the record, that a presentation back from 2013, when the board had the communities working with CDAC, and we were, and that's why Shingle Springs took it to heart and had community meetings and all of that. And, the pyramid of community-wide development or countywide development, community design, community ID, these economic development because of your, rural character and all that. So it needs to happen. And I understand we have budget constraints right now. I get it. But I think that there's concern that if we don't approve this today, it's never going to happen. So I was going to kind of reach out to the CAO to get, what can we do to be creative with the budget part of it, to keep this going and approve the contract, but yet work within our budget constraints. Do you have any?
Just so option one is presented by staff, that it does that. It has spread, and we've encouraged all of our county departments to look at the projects that have been authorized and directed by the board and see if we can spread them over a longer period of time so we can kind of slowly absorb those costs. So they've done that. The funding for year one, which is the bulk of the funding, has already been, it's included in the budget that we're drafting for 25-26. And then the subsequent years of just around $140,000. So we can plan for that. That's your best option. They got creative. I mean, you can certainly scale it down, but then I worry that the board will not get what the board has been seeking for so long, or the community for that matter.
Agreed. And so I appreciate that. Yeah. And spreading out will probably be our best bet. So thank you guys for your creative thoughts on that. And I will let everyone know I did have a meeting the other night with the leadership team from the Shingle Springs Community Alliance, because they are specifically mentioned in the amended contract to host the workshops with the community, and they're ready to rock and roll. I'm very excited and hope that we approve this today. So I think that's all I'm going to say for now.
I just got a question. I don't understand why it wasn't put in place when they had this drawn up back in February 25, 2013. And it would have been a lot more cost savings that we have today. It's going to impact our budget. I know, understand it, but I just don't understand why didn't we follow through with this a long time ago when you had it all, the presentation that was done. It's just beyond me. That's all.
And often the issue is just a matter of budget, and I don't know that it was initially budgeted. So
yeah, okay, I understand. Any other?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My question has to do with the definition of the word Tahoe Basin. When you say that these design standards exclude the Tahoe Basin, I understand that to mean pretty much like the top of Echo Summit and everything downhill. But I worry that, and I've been noticing this with the vacation home rental ordinance, Strawberry and Kybers and all those little communities that are very Tahoe-ish, but are considered West Slope. And you talk about the TED in here, that we're designing that, and that that's really gonna be what we'll implement in the basin, but how do those communities like Strawberry and Kybers integrate into this, knowing and understanding that Pollock has been identified and you will be reaching out to them, but they're much more West Slope. So how do we deal with what's in between?
So that's what is in, if you look at the scope of work in component 4, we have a lot of different rural areas in our county. And so we've sort of attempted to group them a little bit based on elevation. And so Tom, how many, I'm just trying to think how we group them, how many groups. I think there might be 5 to 7 different groupings of the rural centers. And so we very much intend to go out into those communities, which is why we had component 4 be an optional task, but we are recommending to move forward with those because, you know, as I've discussed with each of you, the rural areas in our county are sort of like the heart and soul of the county in some respects. And so, and those we need to maybe protect those a little bit more than maybe the other communities that have already been developed. Not to say that they're better, but I'm just saying that they need maybe a little bit more protection given the rural character of those areas. And so we very much intend to go out into those communities and make sure that we are doing design standards that meet their needs.
That's
Yeah.
great. Okay, thank
Very
you for
good,
that
Heather. Any
clarification.
questions?
Yeah, a couple of right now. So this will apply, and will it compel the people, at the SB 35 projects? It will apply to those, and we can compel
I can speak to that. Yeah, so
developers to,
we have the 2 components.
okay,
They currently, component 1 of the interim objective design standards was just that. They were design standards, so they're objective. So those can be applied to an SB 35 type project. The other were guidelines and standards. So they had some baseline standards, and then they had some guidelines, and they had the architectural stylings. Those are for currently the projects that are not ministerial streamlined, but any other design review type project, commercial or multifamily. This is taking that a step further and going to each community and trying to right size that for each of those communities, because it isn't a one size fits all. But in our objective design standards, we took a little bit of liberty and did sort of globally apply those. And so, yes, they will, the design standards, the site design standards will apply, and the architectural standards will apply to streamlined projects. But the architectural styling, you know, this is again a conversation we had about cost. You know, those stylings aren't necessarily going to apply under the objective. We'll see what happens with the formal, you know, we intend to have architectural stylings that we can apply to all projects within those areas. We just hadn't gotten to all the work.
okay, so I think you might just answer my question if I understand right. So right now, we're just dealing with the standards for the Shingle Springs area, correct?
No, this project.
No, I know, but you have interim design standards for the entire county, but we're gonna go back and, because like El Dorado Hills, I mean, you were talking about community input, and that hasn't been done yet. So you can't apply these interim design standards unless there's 2 areas where there's been no community involvement. Am I mistaken, or?
No, the interim standards apply.
You're right.
The interim standards apply countywide. And so what we're going to essentially do is we're not gonna just scrap them. We're gonna start with the interim standards and start with Shingle Springs because they're the furthest along. We're gonna go out into that community and be like, okay, here are the interim standards. What do you like? What do you not like? What do you want to see different? And then we're going to systematically, that's just component 1 in the scope of work. And then we're going to move on. Hopefully we'll get those approved and adopted. And then component 2 is all the other community regions, including El Dorado Hills. And so we'll go out into each community region, take those interim standards and ask the same questions that we've asked in the Shingle Springs community region.
Okay, so like right now, if an applicant comes in with an SB 35 project in El Dorado Hills, will these standards apply to them?
The objective design standards will. And quite frankly, the baseline standards for the guidelines would. So if you had a commercial project that wasn't an SB 35 project, currently you would have to comply with our baseline standards, but there's some options related to architectural guidelines. For an SB 35 project or a streamlined ministerial project, yes, absolutely. They, in the entire county, within the community regions and rural centers, you would have to apply those. Now, most of those streamlined projects happen in census areas that are urbanized. And so those mostly are in our community regions. And they have to be multifamily zoned and commercial and some other things. I mean, we're talking SB 35, but there are other legislations that talk about streamlined project analysis. But yes, right now, as it stands today, those would apply to the entirety of the county. And then the standards and guidelines also apply to all the community regions and rural centers. But we haven't, for instance, created architectural stylings for El Dorado Hills because we haven't gotten any feedback yet. We haven't been out in that community to get it.
All right, I'm just going to throw out an example. Well, so the total cost for this whole project is $707,000, correct? We're going to spread it over 3 years.
Well, we've already spent some of that.
Okay.
So that's including the costs that we've already incurred.
Yeah, I wanted to add that, we didn't start from scratch when we did those objective design standards. We took the work that had already been done by the consultant and built on it, right? So that money, some of that money had already been spent.
Yeah, it's been a long
Let me just
time.
ask you, so like, let me just throw out Costco, for instance. They're applying to come into El Dorado Hills. And if they get approved, how will this apply to a company like that that's pretty stringent on their own particular design standards?
Well, I don't want to get into too much about a specific project, but there are, in the objective design standards, if somebody doesn't want to comply with or doesn't want to utilize, that's a better way to say it, one of the architectural stylings, they can do one of their own. We have that off-ramp, is I think how we were referring to it. And so they can do a design review, and if there's reasoning for a project that doesn't meet those standards, then they can bring that forward and it can be evaluated.
So there can be exceptions?
Yes, and under the objective design standards now, there's not exceptions related to ministerial housing projects because we don't get to apply or provide any.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I apologize for all the questions. I'm just trying to understand.
No,
this.
that's okay.
No,
And-
they're good questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so the idea being that the other piece of this is as we work through Shingle Springs and we get to Diamond Springs, El Dorado, we may find that some of those architectural stylings that have been built are acceptable to other communities and we can apply them. So we're trying to build upon the successes, but that may not work all the way. But we did hear even in some of our planning commission meetings, well, how come someone can't do a Gold Rush style building in El Dorado Hills? We're not necessarily objecting to that, right? But I don't know if that's the community styling that's in some of those areas in El Dorado Hills.
Yeah.
So we just haven't really gotten to that point where we've discovered all of those learnings in each individual community.
One more question for now. What do you anticipate the timeline being, to get through Single Springs, to get to El Dorado Hills, get the completion of this?
Well, we're asking to extend the contract to 2028. So that includes including the rural centers, including the community regions. I think we've long said that Shingle Springs comes first. Then our next target is Diamond Springs, El Dorado, because we've already sort of built upon the Missouri Flat guidelines and there's some continuity there. And then it would be Cameron Park and El Dorado Hills. But I would say
Approximately for the community regions, 2 years, rural centers, that's year 3.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I just want to say, I wish these plans would have been in place a while back. We wouldn't have had to deal with the Dollar General that was in Somerset, if you remember that. And especially when Lori, we tried to submit this community guidelines and was basically stopped. And then we ended up, these people basically, we're going to file a lawsuit against Lori and myself because of this. So, because they have their own way of building their buildings and stuff, but it would have been nice if it would have been looking more westerny, especially in that area out there. So.
Understood. And as Thea mentioned, this has a long history. It includes terminating a contract with a previous consultant. And it includes a point at which long range planning had a manager acting and one other staff member. So we've seen some ups and downs in our long range planning over the course of this, unfortunately, but we feel motivated and we feel we've made some steps in the right direction and that we can deliver the project. That's our goal.
Any more questions from the board right now? All right, let's open it up to public comment, please.
Now taking public comments specifically regarding item number 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Morning. Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I was there, Lori was there. We were there the first day that this started. Staff has changed. Financing has changed. And I think you know the answer. Sometimes you ask questions because you already know, Chair, what the answer is. It's taken us a long time, but the main thrust is the long-range planning work plan. You, on an annual basis, I believe quarterly now, you have staff come in and they explain how they're doing in terms of their projects. This is one that's been long-standing, as staff has explained. But the problem here is that we were bothered by who was the consultant going to be. In this case, I'm going to read right out of their website. Mintier Harnish is a planning consultant firm specializing in land use, housing, zoning, community development, and environmental issues. We are a Sacramento-based limited partnership founded in 1985 with 10 employees. Services we provide include overall project management, meeting facilitation, community outreach, and land use and housing planning policy. Since our founding, we have been a leader in preparing implementable plans that address contemporary planning and housing issues and prepare communities for the future. That's the question. What is contemporary planning and preparing communities for the future? We believe that they're not completely aligned with the notion of rural. They don't even understand the question of Western look. We don't believe, based on their projects that they've had, that they were the right choice. Yet, some of us who came to the podium, we were told, nope, this is the one. This is the one that's going to do it. I question that logic. I question this whole expenditure of money when we were so far along already. Why? Because we started on community regions, and then the Board of Supervisors had us go to rural centers. I'm just bothered by expenditure now because of our budgetary situation and the fact that the community sometimes doesn't get heard. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris.
Trying to keep my blood from boiling. I'm like the mother of design standards that pushed this into the county in the very first place. The whole purpose, let me go back to the Missouri Flat Design Guidelines. They spent $80,000 to put that book together, not much participation. They're trying to get it through so they could put in some commercial development. That's always the Diamond Springs group has always asked me to help revise that along with develop the historic design guidelines, because they created a historic district that still doesn't have historic design guidelines. Dollar General Store was saved because they did apply the old historic design guidelines, and that was what gave that opportunity to be able to challenge what they had come up with. That's the only reason. The county should have just done the right thing in the first place and not approved it based on poor design. This whole thing came out of because of Shingle Springs was being dumped on by massive development, and we formed a Shingle Springs Community Alliance. I encouraged the group to let's go to the design standards, because in the general plan, we'll do it better. And within the general plan, it tells you, and I don't know if you understand the new boards, the whole plan in the county is you have rural regions that stay rural, you have community regions where you put more density. Rural regions are just town sites to help facilitate a little bit of commercial in the rural regions. In the general plan, there's existing community identity that was supposed to be maintained. This is the it's very simple. Maintain and enhance the character of existing rural and urban communities, emphasizing both the natural setting and built design elements which contribute to the quality of life, economic health, community pride of community residents, and then community identity goal, carefully planned communities incorporating visual elements which enhance and maintain the rural character and promote a sense of community. We had that going along. We brought in 300 people to our community groups. We did 100, we established the basis of what you're working on. And we brought in more than 300 people that came to those of that community within Shingle Springs. We brought it to the county basically saying, can you just bundle this and put it out? That was back in 2013. I wish you'd let me give you more history, but you'd have to vote on that. But I would say deny this, please, because what they've hijacked this process to streamline SB 35 projects, so you have no say. And even with the design guidelines that have been applied, the one in Cokie Lane, they've changed it 3 times. Now it looks like a hideous piece of concrete. When they initially were approved by the Planning Commission with more architectural.
Thank you, Sarah.
And you also have El Dorado Hills design guidelines currently that are separate than what this is,
Thank you, Sarah.
but they won't tell.
Thank you, Sarah. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning, board. Kathy Lishman. I really congratulate you for wanting the individual communities to have a say about what they look like in the future, and involving the community engagement and getting the community's opinion about what they'd like. I just really congratulate you for that. I didn't really know. I mean, I appreciate the fact too that a lot of the work now will be done in-house, which will save you money, but it still has a pretty big price tag. But thank you for being concerned about all the different individual communities.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, it works. Okay. Great presentation. I like Sue's comments. I think you should give her more time or let her give because like your prayer says, it's the team. And I think including the public is just critical. I'm concerned about the budget impacts. The last time you provided the public a 5-year forecast, which was in June 11th of 2024, as you worked on the recommended budget, you adopted a cautious approach and projected the shortfall of $12 million for the coming fiscal year, which you're addressing. And then you projected a $19 million for the 26-27, a $25 million in 27-28 gap, and a $32 million. So spreading this over the years and the department building it into their budget, something's being cut somewhere, and you're making some really difficult decisions this year. And I've heard people comment that part of it was some of the choices made in the 24-25 year, where you basically projected a zero surplus. You ending up with I can't remember, but a couple $1 million surplus, which helps you get through this year. So I just feel that you need to have a bigger, deeper conversation about the costs and how it's impacting everything else. And in the presentation, it does not say what the net county cost is. I'm just doing math. It says 54%. So I'm guessing it's about $216K. And to me, that's significant when we're having to cut other programs. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First, thank you Supervisor Ferraro for asking about the dates, because that was one of my questions too. What are the dates to deliver? To recap from last year, the interim design standards were approved by BOSS for staff to develop in July of 2024. They went to the Planning Commission in October of 2024 and then were approved in December of 2024. So that's 5 months. Ultimately trying to figure out why the cost and the contract is being extended now by 3 years. If we're intending to use the current designs, then couldn't that potentially reduce some of the time? Also, I just want to confirm that the meetings will in fact be held with the public and not just developers. I refer back to the December 2024 presentation where in the next steps it said specifically the outreach to development community. So I want to make sure that this is really going to be community feedback and input and not just developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for confirming. All right, first of all, I am just outraged. I'm just outraged. You know, I want to reiterate what Chris said. We've been here since day one. Day one. We've been here. Thank you, Supervisor Turnbow. I very much agree with what you're saying. You know, this 2005, 2013, this is institutional memory, folks. What happened was the board back in 2005 did a community region overlay onto rural regions. We're talking ranches and farms, an illegal community region overlay. It was your community council that agreed that you had to do a parcel by parcel review, CEQA review. Your own county council agreed to that. They said, yes, your board asked them, and they said, yes, you have to do that. Your board said to us in the public, we will do that. We don't have the time or the funding this board. We have 2 board members transferring out. We'll do it next board. It was never done. The next board, never done. The next board, never done. This is why we have this now, institutional memory. It seems like everybody forgets. You guys have an illegal community region overlay over rural regions that will not stand a legal test. It will not stand. So if there is the will of the people, which the grumblings are here on the western slope, to fire off the lawsuits, it will stop in its tracks. And I'm telling you, there's very poor outreach. This joke of you guys giving Eldorado Hills outreach, let me tell you all of the discussions I've had with some of you board members. And thank you for the 2 that have been very responsive to me, both George and Greg. George Turnbow and Greg, Supervisor Greg Ferrero. I am so outraged that the poor outreach that you guys do. I'm working on with the OOP, Office of Community, on our community preparedness planning. What a joke. You guys ignored Eldorado Hills, promised us evacuation plans, promised us all this, and will not give us a meeting in Eldorado Hills, and flagrantly out. So anyway, I am running out of time, but this has been hijacked. Our whole process is hijacked. We see it, public sees it. You guys need to get your act together and stop letting staff push you around. And I'm not, Lori, I'm calling you out here because there's no secret that your agenda is pushing staff in that direction. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any other questions or comments. Ryan?
Yeah. So my recollection, and Lori probably will concur, this really got traction around a project in Shingle Springs called Sandstino. That's why so many people came out, because they were against the project of Sandstino. And there was talk of downtown Shingle being overly developed, and right around the railroad park and the cafe and yada, yada, yada. Well, that was 2013 or maybe a little bit prior. And there really hasn't been a lot of change down there, and Sandstino obviously didn't fit either, and it lost traction and went away. So everybody, talking about this is right. And there's reasons for it. I'm a little dismayed that it's taken this long because it's still here, coming back to us. I hope that if we adopt this, that the next 3 years, we will finally finish it and get it behind us. My only real concern or question is what's the state going to do in the next few months that may change it tremendously, and then we're going to be amending it again. I'm concerned about cost. Obviously, we're in a tight budget, but I think option one here will spread that out and we can budget accordingly and get through it. But I do have my concerns on getting this complete. So we'll leave it at that.
And I'll follow up on your comments. You were correct. That project was the lightning rod, but there has been some developments in Shingle Springs specifically that we didn't have any influence on how they look. And I was just at a road association meeting the other day, and one of my neighbors said, "Lori, can you stop the ugly?" And that's been my goal all along, is that, when you travel and you go to places that have community identity, you feel it. And the longer that we don't do this, we're losing that community character that we all love. And so that is why I've been pushing so hard on this. There's no question about it. I've been coming to board meetings before I was on the board. I was here every time you guys would talk about the budget, begging for you to do this. So to me, the community character in El Dorado County is, well, it's in our general plan statement. We put it up in the vision statement. It's important to us, and it brings tourism. People aren't going to come see Everywhere USA. That it's the uniqueness of our communities that we need to protect. So I'm all for this. If budget constraints happen and tighten, the board will have to pivot, and the CIO will guide us in that, I'm sure. So I would really love to see us make this happen today.
Any other comments at this time? Greg?
I'm just so torn. I wish we could just apply it to Shingle Springs. Is there a way to do that?
Well, if El Dorado Hills comes to the meeting and says we don't want to do this, they don't have to do
yeah,
it.
but we've already paid for the cost that we're committing to that contract right now, right?
Oh, you want to?
It's a not to exceed. So if one community region adamantly, we have the interim standards that apply countywide. So if one community region adamantly doesn't want the standards to apply, I think we would probably have to discuss that internally, come back to the board, provide an update, and then make a decision. The contract is worded as a not to exceed. So it's just threshold.
So if we don't
Rob,
do the
do you
work,
have
there's-
anything
if
to
we
add?
don't do the work, we don't bill it.
Yeah, I would just say that, it's intended to capture all the items, even down to what the staff's recommendation includes the rural centers, which was sort of the year 3 piece of this. It has a hefty price tag as well. If it came to the point that the board directed us not to follow through with that work, we would have to deal with that. And similarly to any of the community regions, we take responsibility for how long it's been getting here. We in last year, when we were told to bring objective design standards in December, we did so. We were directed to bring back in March. We came a week later in April, but we were continued. So we've really tried to meet the goals and expectations of the board, at least with the team we have now. And so we're here with that direction. And again, it'll be up to you all to determine which way we go. But again, we feel strongly that we can try to deliver this project and try to put an end to sort of how long it's taken.
Yeah. And I'm pretty darn sure that I've been to enough meetings in the community that Diamond Springs, El Dorado would like this, because right now they have what are called guidelines. Guidelines aren't enforceable. And so the example that, and I'll just bring it up, the Pink Panda by the Walmart in Missouri Flat was referenced all the time as, if we had had design standards, we wouldn't have got the Pink Panda Express. We could have gotten a nice looking building regardless of what went inside. So I know that community would like it. Cool, California, up way up north, in the district, they've been here fighting for design standards. We actually put design overlay over Cool because there has been so much proposed development up there, believe it or not. Well, they're the other gateway to the county, one of our gateways. So by the river and recreation. So they wanted to be protected, knowing that we've been taking so long to do the standards. So we put a design overlay on them. Georgetown has been here. They would like a historic design overlay on them. I mean, these things have been, the communities do, some communities do want them. And if a community shows up to those meetings and says, we don't want this, they have that right to do so. And staff will bring that message back to the board and we'll strike that out of the contract is my understanding. So, but there are a lot of our rural character communities that want this.
And I appreciate that. I do. This has been going on for 13 years and I will very reluctantly and cautious. I mean, I'm gonna support it because there's been so much.
Yeah.
For right or wrong, there's been a lot of effort put into this, and I can see how it can benefit certain parts of the community. So,
Chair Turnbull, let me try this. How about if I'll move option 1.
Should we take public comment?
We already did.
We did.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
I know.
Yeah.
So
it felt like a long time, yes.
That's okay. That's okay, bro.
Don't confuse me. I get lost.
Yeah.
Move option 1, obviously, and the priority is shingle, get shingle wrapped up and have us go back individually to our areas and get some feedback. And if there's any major concern from the area that they don't want this, then we can bring that back and you know, we've got a not to exceed contract. We can eliminate some staff work. And the good thing is it is spaced out over 3 years. So we've got time to do that, but I would recommend that we get with our areas right away. I'm pretty confident Diamond Springs, El Dorado wants to continue with this.
Yeah, me
But
too.
Rut Hills may not. Kybers, Strawberry, I mean, you know, who know? There's a historical piece I don't ever want lost.
Exactly.
Make sure that we pay attention.
no, and I appreciate that. And you know, and it's not just about El Dorado Hills. I mean, we're pretty built out. I mean, I think the business park, they already have their own design standards. I don't know how much we're going to
do.
influence that.
They do.
So I'm going to buy into what you're saying. So.
So that would be my motion, would be move option 1 with the direction for each of us to go back and just do a check-in.
Mhm.
And then if there's any major concern, we bring that back to staff and give them that feedback.
Supervisor Camp, just for clarification, are you directing the board members to go out to the communities? Or are you directing staff, as they spoke to earlier, to
I think it should come from the board members because we do have those community engagement meetings, APAC and others that we can do a check-in and see what maybe or may they don't want. We've got the Diamond Springs El Dorado Advisory Committee, so.
Yeah.
So there's a motion, but I haven't heard a second yet.
Oh,
for
sorry. Well,
discussion.
we were getting clarification on it. I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
And opposed?
motion passes 5-0?
Did you vote, Supervisor Lane?
I did.
Okay.
I
I was just
did
checking,
hear
like
her,
I'm
that's what I
going,
was asking, too.
I wasn't sure
Well, that
if you were
was
still
quiet.
thinking.
I was looking at Kim when oh yeah, I said
Okay.
it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you
Thank you
for
so
everything.
much.
I appreciate it. All right. So we'll move to the next item. (9:30) time allocation, budget discussion.
Item number 24 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget development. 2, approve and revise Board of Supervisors Policy B16 budget policies. 3, direct staff to incorporate combining the senior daycare sites by closing El Dorado Hills location and retaining the Plattsburgh location. And 4, incorporate board direction for 4 Bay Park into the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget.
Good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office, and we're back, I think maybe this one last time before we return in June with our recommended budget. And so at our last meeting on April 8th, the board made several decisions and gave us quite a bit of good direction that we will use in bringing our recommended budget together. We just had 2 items that were sort of pushed out from that meeting for a little more discussion. And also today we are bringing back to you, as we normally would at this time in April, some recommended board policy changes. On my sheet. Okay. Back in February, the board directed that we treat discretionary transient occupancy tax as a general revenue. And so we have a red line policy for you to adopt today that simply removes that section regarding DTOT from board policy B16. So that will just be treated just the same way that ad valorem property taxes are. So that's our DTOT policy. And then our designation for disaster expense. We had mentioned during our last year's discussion during the recommended and adopted budgets that we would do an analysis of our designation for disaster expenses. Currently, that board goal is set at retaining $5 million in that fund. And that $5 million number initially came from the COVID pandemic. And it was just, we kind of just pulled it out of the air, so to speak. But it turns out we were pretty close. The average cost of our disasters in the last 4 years has been about 5.2 million. However, our unreimbursed cost is only around $800,000 or so. So we are recommending that we set the policy goal at 1.25 million, just to be a little on the safe side. And so again, this isn't an amount that we would need to allocate every year. We would just retain 1.25 million in that designation. And so we have a little bit over $1 million there now. So we would just work between now and hopefully adopted budget to maybe bring that up to that full 1.25 million. So that is also in red line in the attachment for the policy for you to consider. And so the two items that were pushed out from our April 8th discussion were the senior daycare services that are being provided in El Dorado Hills and Placerville, and a potential consolidation, and then Fort Bay Park and some direction on that. So we will have Emma speak to the senior daycare, and followed by Jennifer Franish will speak on the Fort Bay Park.
Hi, Emma Owens from the Chief Administrative Office. So as presented on the 8th and then back in March, here are the proposed fees that we're proposing to increase for Senior Day. As a reminder, these haven't been increased since 2016. It would result in a 97% cost recovery after 3 years. So we're slowing the implementation. So it would be over 3 years to get to the full cost recovery. We have kind of surveyed some other programs that provide similar services. A private program that is very similar to ours that would be operating in the region is about the same as the year 3 cost currently if someone goes every day. So it's a pretty comparable rate to private companies. There are some public agencies that provide similar services in Sacramento, and those are a little closer to the year 1 rates and our current rates. But the fees proposed do align with board policy, budget policy 3, which says to pursue full cost recovery for services. And this is the result of a fee study. So if we don't hear any big objections, in order to actually implement these fees, we'd return to you with a resolution to have the board adopt these fees. So the second recommendation for Senior Day, as presented back earlier this month, is to combine the 2 Senior Day sites. So that would be ceasing operations for just Senior Day at El Dorado Hills, move them up to the Placerville facility. We wouldn't be lowering the capacity beyond what we're currently serving. We hope to get the Placerville facility up to 35 participants up there, which is more than we're currently serving at both sites. So if these 2 recommendations are adopted, it would be saving almost $500,000 in general fund next year without really reducing capacity at all. And as a reminder, there is more going on at the El Dorado Hills Senior Center than just Senior Day. So the green is the Senior Day Placerville area on the right, the Senior Day area on the left, and that's just a small portion. The El Dorado Hills CSD operates out of that site as well. And we have a couple other programs which are listed here. So we have the El Dorado Hills CSD operations and activities. It's a senior nutrition congruent dining site. There's the family caregiver support program, and then there's senior legal. So all of those would continue to operate out of the El Dorado Hills Senior Center. HHSA has been working well with El Dorado Transit to figure out and arrange, and El Dorado Transit has really stepped up with some great options for transportation for participants who may be struggling to get to the Placerville site from El Dorado Hills. So we really have worked to kind of figure out all of the details of arranging this plan to hopefully have staff's recommendation pursued. Any questions on that?
Any questions from any of the board members?
We do have transportation set up.
El Dorado Transit has offered a few options for transportation if people are struggling from El Dorado Hills to get to the Placerville site.
Do you have any details on that? Would they pick up at the current, at the Gilmore Center, or how those discussions going?
Let me get to my slide with all the details. So there's a couple options. There's bus coordination, but there's also the My Ride program. So the My Ride program can have neighbors or friends or other people transport the seniors, and it helps pay for that transportation services. So, and then there's a couple other options, but really we feel confident that we can help get them to the Placerville site if they're struggling to get
And get 'em home.
transportation. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? This time? All right, let's open it up to public comment. Oh, go ahead. All right, you want to do it? All right, let's do this then. All right.
Good morning, Jennifer Franich, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer. So at the last board meeting where we were talking about budget, the board had asked for some more detail on Bay Park. This project is kind of complicated because of all the different funding sources. So I thought I could go over whatever questions you might have. And staff has come up with kind of 3 different options for Bay. So the first one is kind of the do no more work option, and this would save the remainder of the funding for this project. So this would be just finalizing the 100% plans, which we already have a draft of. We just need to kind of get the final tweaks back from the engineer on those. And so we would close out that contract we have with the engineer and put the plans on a shelf. So this would result in the potential loss of the senior exercise equipment donation, which came from CDAP. To give you a little context on that, this was a grant that CDAP applied for from AARP. And it was for, I think, 4 different senior exercise equipment stations. And there are several grant requirements in there. So while they've accepted the equipment, we haven't been able to meet their grant obligations yet. One of those is that we install the senior exercise equipment by October 2025, which we were going to be able to do if we could go out to bid and get this park constructed this season. And so that this option may result in them losing that grant and having to pay back the portion that was granted to them by AARP. So that's just one consideration. The other downside to this option is that we did spend over $100,000 already from Prop 68 funding to do the CEQA document, to do the environmental analysis for this park. So if we don't end up building the restroom, which was what we had slated those funds for, we would have to pay back the state for that amount. So that's the first option. It does save the most in general fund. The second option is to kind of go halfway. So this would be building a gravel parking lot and doing the restroom. So we would be able to use the Prop 68 funding. And we would make sure that there's included in this plan an ADA path of travel from an ADA parking spot to the restroom. So that allows us to use that funding because there are some restrictions on that Prop 68 funding, and one of them is that you have to have ADA access to whatever you build. So this would allow us to do that. We would still potentially lose the senior exercise equipment because this wouldn't include any grading of that area that senior exercise equipment would go. And another aspect to the senior exercise equipment requirement is that we put down a rubberized pad. So if you've been to some playgrounds that they don't have the wood chips, they have like a colorful rubberized pad for fall protection. Right now in CDAP's grant, they require us to put that rubberized pad down underneath the senior exercise equipment. So we may be able to work with AARP to get rid of that requirement and still install the equipment, but that is not included in this amount that we have up here for option 2, and that wouldn't include doing the rubberized pad. So that's our second option. And it saves over $2 million in general fund. So option 3 is to kind of do the whole thing, but to be kind of restrictive in what we do for the playground. So we originally budgeted almost $3.5 million for the whole thing. If we do a really basic playground, we could save probably about $500,000. So it wouldn't be kind of the Taj Mahal of playgrounds, but the community would be able to get something, and we could save $500,000 there. So those are our options. Are there other questions about this project I can answer?
Any questions from the board this time? Well, I want to say something. I reached out to AQMD, especially when you're talking about dust control. And there was a CARB, there is a grant through CARB. It's not much. I think it's on $250,000, but it can be used at this because it qualifies for it. So I would advise maybe to look into it a little bit and maybe it can help. So, all right.
Yeah, thank you for that. We did hear back from AQMD already on that. And so they kind of gave us some dollar amounts and parameters. It wouldn't cover the full cost of paving, but yeah, we would definitely pursue that if we were to go down the paving route. So yeah, we could save a couple $100,000 there.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Jennifer, go ahead, Brooke. Go ahead, Brooke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Supervisor. Obviously, Pollock Pines is part of District 5. And I've reached out and spoken with many people in Pollock Pines about this. They're very disappointed that they really felt like the county, they finally got this grant. We finally allocated some funds to this project to the tune of about $3 million, and nothing has really happened that they can see, and we're clawing it back in light of a budget deficit issue, and they're terribly disappointed. There are some issues going on that you and I talked about yesterday with regards to the use of the Little League field that's currently there. Because it's the only fenced area in Fort Bay Park, it's currently being used not only for the youngsters to play baseball, but for people to run their dogs. And so what comes with that is also a lot of waste that Little League is having to pick up. So, one thing that would be important to them would be if there's any way that we could maybe even go back one more time and retool this and look at putting up some kind of fenced area. You don't have to landscape it, but it's the ability to let the dogs be social amongst each other, but also without leash. And so the fencing is really important. With regards to the installation of the senior equipment, that has been going on for a really long time. It is the AARP restriction that requires how that is installed. And it is a very expensive option. It would require replacement probably in 20 years. And it's prohibiting this whole thing from moving forward. So I would also like to really encourage staff to reach out to AARP and see if there's some other kind of installation that we can agree on that is affordable, so we can get that equipment into the ground. There's several other good ideas that the residents of Pollock Pines are coming up with themselves, but a park in Pollock Pines is very high on the priority list. There are some people in the community that don't think it's the biggest and best thing, but it's far outnumbered by the people who do. And they really came out of the woodwork when we started talking about taking those funds back. So I would like to see option number 3, if we can pull it off, for just the little under $2 million, under $3 million, but really rework it to benefit somehow the community that they could also build off of. I think there's a lot of support around, maybe even looking at some kind of special district property tax for Pollock Pines that would support the park going forward. But this initial kickstart would really kind of get them motivated. So I'd like to maybe see us go back, rework it to include a dog park, to include installation of the senior equipment in a different manner which is currently being provided. Finish the bathrooms. That's going to be important to everybody. And the parking lot, if all we can do is gravel it, then that it's something is better than nothing. But of course, a paved parking lot would be great. And if the AQMD funds help supplement that, thank you for talking to them about that, then that would be great as well. But, I'm definitely, on behalf of the residents of Pollock Pines, really shooting for the moon on this one and saying, come on, let us at least get started. It doesn't even finish the park. It doesn't even come close, but it gets us somewhere.
Any other questions, Brian?
Well, I'd be willing to take a look at the site plan, sort of a construction background, take a look and see where maybe we can scale it back a little bit and what we can do. We might be able to put a chip seal on the parking lot with that 250,000.
Right.
Maybe there's some community work that can be done to fence a dog park. So I think it's going to take more of a community effort.
Yeah, and
But
thank
I hate
you.
to lose the things that they've already got, which was a lot of work by the community to get to this point.
Agreed.
I'm certainly concerned about the budget and the expenditures, but if we can move forward on a couple of them, not lose those grants, and I think we're all on the same page as far as the bathrooms and that piece of the grant. So it's Prop 68. So I think we should work it a little harder. Like I said, I'd be willing to take a look at the site plan and see what we can do. I don't know how big the area is for the senior equipment, but there's probably something we can figure out there and utilize that component as well.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning the volunteers. There was a lot of that going on as well in the conversation. We're willing to help. We're willing to do this, that. It'll be up to the county to decide what the constraints are or aren't. But thank you for mentioning that, because they're willing to do some work.
Yeah, my concern is right now, obviously they're using the Little League field as a dog park, and that's going to be inconsistent.
It's incompatible
with
with baseball.
with it here real soon. So if we can get maybe some fencing donated, or maybe DOT or somebody's got some, we can then get it put up for a makeshift dog park.
I have some T-posts.
Yeah, well, T-posts and chain link fence, it's not that big of a deal in the dog parks that I've seen. So work it.
Greg, you got anything?
No, I would support what Brian just said.
Yeah, the thing is you got to understand Chip and Seal. They did on Sand Ridge Road and they did Sweeney Road and stuff doing it. We could do the same thing with the parking lot. A lot cheaper than we could just pave it. And it holds up really good. It really does.
There was actually a company last year that was out doing a modified slurry right over compacted aggregate base, and it was really a pretty good product. And really reasonably priced.
Right.
So
there's other options we can look
stuff
at
out there. Some rubberized asphalts that you don't have to put down 3 inches thick.
Right. Exactly. All right. So thank
Can
you.
I ask Jennifer a couple questions?
Sure.
Based on that conversation, does the current project include a dog park? It doesn't. That was one of the items that the community had asked for when we went through the community design process early on, along with the environmental review. And so it's kind of part of the project, but it's in either phase 2 or phase 3. And what we were focusing on was just kind of the basics for phase 1. So it's not, it's kind of future. One day we, will have more money somewhere and maybe we can put that dog park in, but it wasn't part of the original phase 1.
And then just a reminder to the board, if you pursue option 3, we will be tasked with finding the additional $1.6 million from your departments.
Exactly. All right, now I'll open up the public comment.
Not taking public comment on item number 24, on specifically item 24. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Long-standing history with both of these projects. 990.
Yeah, turn your, yeah.
Sorry.
There you go.
I have a long-standing, first of all, Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, long-standing relationship with these projects. 990 Lassen used to be a fire station at one time. Brian, were you chief then or not?
Assistant chief at the time we transferred to the county.
So anyway, and then the community wanted the senior center. They needed it. I remember the big push to turn it into the senior center, and it was based on what the future would hold for El Dorado Hills. You don't need a senior center if you don't have seniors. But everybody thought at the time that we would have more seniors, and that having a senior center there was very important then to the community. Now we're in a position where we're believing we're going to move the program up to Placerville. Now I've been up there also. It's a nice area, and the only thing I worry about is parking. Because in the last 990 Lassen, people would go across the street, so any overflow would go into the church and use the church parking. I don't believe there's any alternative at Spring Street related to parking that we haven't already looked at, and sometimes it gets pretty crowded there. Also the accessibility and being able to move in and out. So I just wanted to raise that. My focus is on Fort Bay Park. Anybody that's been around El Dorado County for as long as I have realizes that in Pollock Pines, it was the community that had a problem. They had a problem coming together. There was two factions. One of them wanted a giant park and all the things, amenities, and the other side said, just limited improvements. There was no dog park plan because nobody thought at the time in a list of what we want. It was down at the bottom. People had brought it up, but not enough people brought it up to raise it to a higher level. These things that are listed under option 2, without the playground, it comes down to the restroom, parking, the ability to be able to then have something better than what is there right now. I don't think we can afford the 1.6 between 2 and 3. I would go with option 2. I would use anything that we can related from the community and the ability of actually, let's find out what works. We can reduce the cost down. So I think the only one that seems viable to me is option 2. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Come on up, Steve.
Good morning. I'm Steve Ferry from El Dorado Hills, and I have a couple of questions for you that are just bothering me. We have 55,000 people living in El Dorado Hills at the direction of the Board of Supervisors. You guys all, and over the years, have approved the housing for it. I am really curious, because I haven't heard in this presentation, how many people are actually coming from the hinterlands, if you will, from the rural areas to actually use the senior project. So if you're going to be feeding people into this program in Placerville, how many do you have coming in from Placerville or from wherever? How many are actually coming up here from El Dorado Hills? Do you have 35 people coming from El Dorado Hills and 6 people coming from Placerville or whatever? You need to know those numbers before you can make a decision about this. But the question comes down really that we're making decisions about cutting services. cutting the services in El Dorado Hills. I think that the CSD down there, and of course I'm a little bit a part of it, we need to do better down there. Lori was absolutely right the other day when she decided she didn't want to help appoint somebody because it's a mess down there. Well, offhand, just in case you haven't noticed, you guys have the same mess. You have a budget that you need to approve, and you have some serious structural issues to it. And what you're doing here is let's cut out this stuff, and then we'll talk about cutting out the stuff in the budget, the 504 issues, the number of employees, all that kind of thing. You really need to take a look at this from the viewpoint of the services you can provide and the services you can cut. And this one right here, the idea that we're going to cut feeding seniors is just,
I don't know where you're
No,
getting that, Steve.
that's
No, it's
incorrect.
not,
No.
Steve. We'll answer that.
Yeah.
We'll answer your question on
sure you
that,
will,
Steve.
but the point
Yeah.
is that you're gonna move the seniors up to Placerville to feed them there.
We're not.
Why don't you
we're not.
move?
No. The senior nutrition
Misinformed.
program is not involved in this at all.
No,
They're
not
still
at
gonna
all.
get fed in El Dorado Hills.
Just the daycare portion.
It's just the senior daycare. Your programs are gonna stay the same. Would stay the same if this is approved. Your programs will stay the same. The senior nutrition program will stay the same. The only thing being
Yeah.
combined is
All
the
right.
senior daycare.
We can answer that
Senior
question when he's
daycare,
done.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
misspoke about
Yeah, go ahead and finish your 30 seconds. You done or what?
Well, good. I got 30 more. I got 26,
Okay.
25.
All right.
Folks, I know it's hard. I'm not saying it's not hard. Everything's difficult about this government stuff. And following the rules and all that is just obscene, really, when you get to the number of rules you got to go through and figure out and what web is touching what part here and there. But please take a look at what you're doing with your budget to make sure that you get that.
Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve.
Anybody else? Come on up.
Ashley Hazlett from Pollock Pines, also the president of Snowline Little League. Thank you again for having me here. I appreciate you hearing our comments. I will have to say, first and foremost, I thoroughly appreciate the difference in the tone of this conversation versus 2 weeks ago when I first heard about it regarding Bay Park, and the willingness to come back to the table even a third time to figure out how can we make this park useful for the community members in Pollock Pines. I have, I didn't know how easily a private phone number was able to be found until after last Tuesday's meeting, because the amount of phone calls, text messages that I received following my 3 minutes up here 2 weeks ago, I was floored at the community outreach towards someone as insignificant as me, regarding thank you so much for having a voice for those of us that can't be here on a Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. and for those kids that love playing at Bay. I mean, you're talking generations, 60 plus years this park has been servicing the community of Pollock Pines and the Little League there. And it's just, there's so much legend in it that people don't want to see it just wither away. I mean, it's crazy how much work needs to be done to the Little League field, but the park as a whole. And to just see the shift in dynamic here and the conversation, the community really appreciates it, truly. I think that, there's definitely more conversation to be had. I know Brooke and I have spoken lengthy conversations about it. But I do think there is going to be a middle ground here. I do think there's going to be a resolution. I do think that we can come to the table and have ideas for not just the Little League, but for the community as a whole, so that that park doesn't have the gate locked 24/7. I mean, what use is a public park that isn't actually public, So I really appreciate this conversation. I really appreciate the shift in dynamic. And frankly, I hope that we're invited to the table to continue having these conversations. Because I really, truly look forward to working with all of you so that we can have a really robust place for our kids and our community to continue spending time in Pollock Pines. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Come on up, Debbie.
Good morning. Debbie Manning, resident El Dorado Hills. Which is more important? I guess it really is it's coming down to for you guys. I listened to the design standards, community design standards. you all voted to support that, which, you know, some will agree, some won't agree. But when we're looking at our senior services, I asked last time about the survey. Obviously, it's not posted or I can't find it anywhere. We also know that there is a waiting list, or there was a waiting list in El Dorado Hills. Is there a waiting list in Placerville? Has there been any consideration from staff or the board maybe to close the Placerville one and go to El Dorado Hills? Once again, we seem to be focusing on the center of the community in Placerville and not thinking about El Dorado Hills. I asked Supervisor Ferrero, how many people in El Dorado Hills do you think really know this is even available? This goes back to community outreach. My guess is not a lot. We do know the senior center and the activities are available because the CSD does put a rec guide out. Once something is gone, and this is my fear, once you guys consolidate this, once again, El Dorado Hills will get the short end of the stick. So I just hope that there's been consideration and maybe some review on consolidating it into El Dorado Hills and not just to Placerville. You guys got a tough job right now. We all see that. But again, let's look at the bigger picture. Let's look at your highest populated area in your county before we choose to cut this service to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruth Michelson, District 4. I'm glad you're relooking at Forbay. I don't have a lot of involvement in that, but you know, a promise made to community. You're letting down a lot of people. And so I'm glad that that Supervisor Lane brought up all the ideas she did to be creative and relooking at it. Because, you know, the board has a reputation and it's harmed when things that were promised are cut. I mean, I understand you have budget problems and cuts need to be made, but it's the other issue. You know, I wrote you guys a letter saying, why aren't we seeing everything? Why aren't we seeing all the departments? Why aren't we seeing what other departments have proposed for cuts? And then look at the big picture and decide, do we want to cut kids being able, you know, the swimming pool at Placerville and softball for kids and care for seniors? I mean, our most vulnerable part of our population. So, but I want to be specific to what you did discuss today. I still have that question, and luckily I did receive an email, was very kind, that it would be privately discussed with me what your process is. Discussing senior daycare when it comes to transit. I speak from experience. My parents went to senior daycare at in Placerville, and it's not as easy as it sounds, especially if you live rurally. We had to pave a certain area so that there could be a 3-point turnaround by that little transit bus at a cost of many thousands of dollars. I don't know how many people in El Dorado Hills live rurally. I know most of El Dorado Hills are subdivisions, et cetera, but I'm sure you must have some rural areas as well. So pick up, just know it's not going to be as simple as it may sound. The application fee of $343 is an obstacle when it used to be $50. It's a barrier. I did talk to Ms. Janes out in the reception area who said that's only to be paid if you're accepted into the program, not to be paid. And that needs to be specified, only be paid, because there are those who will apply who will not be accepted because of some disabilities or behavioral issues or whatever. Not everyone is suitable for daycare. Also, Ms. Janes had told me that you can be paid over time. And I think that's important to note too, because again, I'm talking about seniors. Time's almost up. The Placerville building that houses senior care, we all know is on the chopping block. You brought it up many times. It's, you know, the old sanatorium, isn't it? Whatever it was. And so my concern is, what's your plan long-term for senior daycare up in Placerville? Seems like every few years we have to come and beg for it to be, for senior daycare to.
Anybody else want to come on up and speak?
Hi, my name is Karen Duncan. For full disclosure, I am on the board of CDAP, but I'm speaking to you today as a private citizen. In 2021, I moved to Pollock Pines and I connected with local community groups. Soon after, I learned of the $3 million designated for Forbay Park. I attended multiple community meetings. I saw plans for the park evolve over time from the original ideas submitted by the people to a phased park design. And on a side note, I do remember the dog park being prominent during most of this time. I waited for the work to start, but it was continually pushed off, now to the point that the project is on the chopping block. Much like the last agenda item, I wonder how items can take so long to move through county processes. The park and playground are important to the people of Pollock Pines. I urge you to approve option 3 or another option that includes the senior equipment and the playground. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Karen.
I guess this is really hard for me because I feel like I live in a different world. These prices are astronomical to me. And I took a volunteer group. We put in an ADA parking space at the park up in Georgetown for the cost of the material. I've done ADA restrooms. Of course, my good friends up here won't even communicate with me where I could help with these kind of projects. When the old depot was sitting off in the parking lot and the county, they got in trouble because the community built that. And then they got red tagged and couldn't put it on the foundation. And I went to the board with the person in trouble and offered my services to get that permitted. And we did it. I did it for free. And we got the building on the foundation, and now we have a depot. So I'm boggled by the cost, but you know, I'd say number 2. But from what I'm hearing about the equipment, if the equipment doesn't get put in, then they have to pay, the CDAP has to pay that back because they won't take the equipment back. They got to actually pay for it. Is it possible to take that $1 million and put it into a nonprofit that doesn't have so much holdup and red tape and issues because of the county's process? Is that possible to do something like that to an organization that could actually get in there and get some volunteers and get it done? So, you know, for most of my last couple of decades, I feel like I'm here to volunteer my services to make the county better. And it's sad that in that effort, I feel alienated from that trying to make our county better. And I have so much hope, and I still have there's a little light up there that maybe that can happen. But it's just, you are $20 million in debt. And we're talking about taking away $15,000 from the wagon train. And, you know, this park, they initially spent $405,000 on a study that's pretty much gone. They bought 20 acres and that was to be sold because it wouldn't, you know, anybody that knows construction or parks know you don't buy 20 acres that's sloped heavily for a park. So I don't know what happened to that money. So I'm curious if that was sold, if that money got to go back to Pollock Pines. I don't know. So anyway, there's lots of things. It'd be nice to have a better open communication. I feel like the county up here is in a bubble. You're not really reaching out to community, and community is pretty upset because I'm working with a lot of them. So anyway, I'm here. You know my phone number.
Thank you, Susan.
Good morning. My name is Ginger Swigert, and I've been a resident of Pollock Pines for over 30 plus years. And I'm here today to speak about the park in Forbay, but I'm also here to speak about community and who we are in Pollock Pines. And I really appreciate the comment today about the heart and soul of our of El Dorado County is in some of our rural counties. And that's how I look at Placerville. And I say that because from the conception of this park, way back 4 years ago, and we're going to get this COVID money that was said to us, and I appreciate how much work Supervisor Lane has put into this and looking at this and explaining to us about the money, because when we heard, no, it's over. It's over. You know, we hoping we could get bathrooms. That's a great thing. But to think about this whole park being over, when we know that all of you voted at one time, everyone was all excited. And I realize all the budget constraints, and I understand that. And I appreciate you saying that, of where we're going to get this other money, even if we go on with any of these options. But now that I understand the money process, and then listening to other people talk today, someone mentioned a promise, and that's what was important to us. And now when we came forward and working with Brooke and working with our other community members who've been going through this process for a long time, and I appreciate the gentleman who came up and talking about this, and there has been some discussion at the very beginning, but wow, Brooke has been at many of our community meetings, and it's full. It's packed the house of this community center. We've all been there talking about this and wanting this, and we realize the importance of the phases. So we've been dealing with two directors of the Parks and Recs over this process too. And they were all excited and, oh yeah, we can do this. And then explained the whole phase 1 and then phase 2 and 3 as money comes along, and we appreciated that. So of course, I'm standing here and speaking quickly that I'm in favor of option 3. I think what discussion all of you had, we appreciated the supervisors who said, wait a minute, try this and try that. And I think that's where we are now. And I hope you can go along with that there is, of course, there's going to be some money things, but we could phase things in. We're okay with phasing things in. And that way it wouldn't be such a big chunk of money out of the budget at one time. So thank you. I appreciate all of you. And our community needs this park really bad. There is no park in Pollock Pines at all for children to play in. And it's not just children. This was a park for all abilities and all ages. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak?
My name's Laura Hutchinson. I am on the board for CDAP. I'm the financial officer. I'm also on the committee for Pollock Pines, Forbay Park, and figuring out all the money that we have raised. We have worked really hard starting in 2019. I moved to Pollock Pines in 2016, and they started talking about getting a park together. So I joined to help out as a volunteer through fundraising. Excuse me. Fundraising, we put on 2 huge golf tournaments to raise money. We worked tirelessly on grants everywhere that we could possibly get money to put forth for this playground. And then we got this $3 million grant that we were told that we would be able to do our park for the community. And the community came together, volunteered, met all the time. And you could go to the Little League games and see all the kids running around, and you knew that they needed a playground so bad. And it would be a wonderful thing. Not only that, but the senior equipment. We raised the money through that, through the grant and AARP. We spent over $20,000 for that equipment that's been sitting here for 3 years, and nothing could be done for it. So if this doesn't go through, we will have to sell that equipment. We will have to pay back from the grants that we have accumulated $45,000. And that money could be used that we have in our hands right now to help get this park and go further on with it. When I moved here, my grandson came to visit me. He loved going to playgrounds, and I searched everywhere. And I love this community of Pollock Pines, but there was nothing there for him unless we went to the school and snuck on or something like that. So please, I appreciate what you have to do. I've seen budgets before, and I know it's a really hard thing to figure out, but Pollock Pines really needs this park. And we know that all up in El Dorado Hills and further in Placerville, you guys are getting your parks. And some of them are, you know, you have more than one park, and it would be really nice if Pollock Pines could get theirs. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and
Anybody else in the boardroom like to come up and speak on this item? Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Hello again, Kathy Lishman. It seems like this item is about seniors and kids and community. Three things that are so important. In 2021, Friends of Seniors, I have three things I wanted to speak to. Friends of Seniors gave a $6,000 donation to CDAP for the Bay Community Park Senior Fitness Zone. I'm assuming that that must be part of what they're saying they would have to give back, but that was specifically for seniors. Number two, it's a shame to have to close this El Dorado Hills Senior Daycare. I was kind of surprised that some of the people that attend there are from out of the county, while we have people on a waiting list that might be El Dorado Hills residents. The wait list was really the problem. Being able to hire the qualified employees there should have been a lot more effort to do that. I think it's sad that it has to close. Hopefully the Placerville senior daycare can increase its population to 60, which it can hold. The third thing I want to talk about, I'd like to ask the board to reconsider your decision to not make a contribution to the City of Placerville Aquatic Center for pool maintenance. As you know, 75% of those that use the city pool are county residents. Residents of districts 2, 3, 4, and 5 utilize the pool for swim lessons, free swim, senior swim, exercise classes. I know they can swim in Cameron Park or El Dorado Hills, but it is so much further away for these families. I retired from the Gold Trail Union School District, which is in District 4. My husband retired from the Pioneer Union School District, which is in District 2. And we know that many families in those districts utilize the city pool every summer. Placerville is the county seat, and many agencies and nonprofits are located within the city limits. Many employees who work in the city live in the county but take part in activities in Placerville. If there is something that you are unhappy about that the city is or isn't doing, it's important for the two staffs to work it out. Often there is more in a situation than seems apparent. Supervisor Turnbull, it seemed like you were originally supporting contributing the amount that was contributed last year. I hope you can see how important this would be, not just to the city, but the entire community. Please think of the children, the families, the seniors of not just the city of Placerville, but districts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, Pollock Pines. So obviously I'm going to advocate for option 3. I moved from Shingle Springs and was able to enjoy the dog park in Cameron Park. And I think it's about time we get it up here. I think everybody's covered all the pieces. I just want to point out that there are assumptions in here that your American Recovery Act funds are fully available. Well, there are contingencies about the money serving a severely handicapped, whatever the word is, underserved community, which Pollock Pines is determined as, and why there is not a matching grant. There are so many references to the purpose of these Recovery Act funds going to Pollock Pines that I would say it's not 100% sure that it won't be like the state and you may have to return the money to the federal government. So it just makes so much more sense to me like I heard from different supervisors in the community about teamwork, about getting creative, and about acknowledging all the work that has gone into this park. Like someone said, about seniors and kids, you acknowledged all the work for planning and design. Let's acknowledge all the work for seniors and for children. Continuing with the seniors, I would urge you to bring this conversation back again. You have a fee study that says that as you raise the fees, this will become net county cost zero. That was predicated on 2 centers. There's overhead associated in terms of supervisors, et cetera. Trying to consolidate to 1 would warrant an additional fiscal study. There was a comment made that you have a capacity of 60. At one of the commission meetings that considered the closing, or Commission on Aging, it was clarified that that is the licensing capacity. It is not the physical capacity, and it's considerably less when you factor in all the support needs and stuff. From my perspective, you have a golden opportunity with raising the fees to open a facility in South Lake Tahoe. Keep all 3. There is the demand, as was pointed out. Staffing is the issue. You have raised your salaries for these folks. Maybe consider a signing bonus. And I'm fairly confident that a waiting list of 30 at one time in El Dorado Hills can fill that center, that you can fill the one in Placerville, and you can fill the one that you should start in South Lake Tahoe. The
Thank you, Leo.
demand is there.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I actually want to talk about the TOT item. So just to read it, what is currently proposed for removal by moving the TOT into the general fund. It says transient occupancy tax revenue, excluding voter-approved Tahoe area-specific revenue, shall be directed toward the impacts of tourism and economic development, with consideration for support of tourism and promotion activities within the county and for continued support for grant fund allocations to support veteran programs within the county. The county will prioritize impacts to county services and facilities such as road maintenance, snow removal, law enforcement, etc., to be funded first before outside agencies. So the reason I read that is because by totally removing the section, there will be 0 guidance on the intent for which the tax was approved, so future staff and boards can focus allocations accordingly. Although I realize that it can be challenging and sometimes frustrating to review separately, it's being done that way because there's specific guidelines. If we remove the guidelines, it just becomes a part of the general fund/fund, and we'll lose impact and focus on the areas that we need it, specific to the TOT guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning. This is Tara McCann, El Dorado Hills. This is again a pitting El Dorado Hills against 4 other other areas. So we've got 4 supervisors on the western slope and up, and 1 1.5 down here. It's it's to the point where this has become no wonder why so many people down here are the groundswell for cityhood is so strong. This is just not sustainable. And I get it. This is a very difficult task, but the decisions about cutting services is so outrageous. You're cutting our senior care center when I've heard you have so many people that come from up the slope, and you even say, well, not a lot of representation from El Dorado Hills. You wouldn't believe that the people that contacted the outrage from the last meeting that this was talked about, that contacted me. So the outreach in El Dorado Hills in El Dorado Hills for these board meetings and for these issues is very poor. You guys know it. Previous boards have stated it. Laura, you've been there. Brian, you've been there. You've all heard it. So where do we go from here? You've heard, I get Pollock Pines has needs. El Dorado has needs. We had the same volunteers. We had the same raising of funds. We had the same promises that are being defunded and taken away. It's like the board is constantly take from El Dorado Hills and push all the development in here to support all the projects up the hill. Everybody sees it down here. That's the message you send. Brian, you brought up a really good point about paving. This is the cost. Yeah, maybe you could do a slurry seal on a parking lot. Look at how much has been ignored in El Dorado Hills. We haven't even maintained the roads from 20 subdivisions 25 years ago. And you guys put a slurry seal down in Governor's that was so outrageously poor, not adequate for that design of geometrics for the capacity and the volumes of traffic. You don't do slurry seals on urban community region roads. You do your gut section and your grind and overlays, and you guys don't have the funds for it. So you come down here, patch things through, and move our money up the hill. It's just outrageous. Parking doesn't exist at the senior center in Placerville. ADA doesn't exist up there. I know for a fact. So thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any final thoughts or discussions or.
I have a couple items, Mr. Chair, that I didn't bring up from earlier, but I wanted to kind of talk through it a little bit right now. And teeing off of Linda Campbell's comments, I'm concerned with putting the discretionary TOT in the general fund, which I support, but I'm concerned that there are some programs that definitely depend on that money that also help generate that money. And right now I'm talking about code enforcement. We have determined that some of the budget for planning and building was directly for code enforcement. And I'm wondering, with the elimination of the proposed elimination of number 13, striking the whole thing, if we lose that context.
Well, it does mean that the revenue itself becomes just a discretionary revenue, as it always has been. But we're just no longer drawing a line around it. But the board's decision about what your priorities are and the programs you're going to fund in any given year still remain with the board. So that doesn't change that you have a priority set on code enforcement when it comes to whether it's VHRs or ranch marketing or just plain old building code. So that what this does is provide the board the more flexibility, because we did have, if you read our policies all together, you had some conflict in there. We have a policy that says maximize the board's discretion over its revenue sources. And then we had a policy that draws a little line around how we spend this one portion of our revenues. So I don't believe it takes away any discretion from the board or changes your priorities at all.
Okay. I thank you for reminding me of that concern, because these budget hearings have been, a lot, and they're sometimes out of context with one another. So I appreciate you reminding me of that particular piece. The other thing I wanted to mention briefly is the defensible space inspector we talked about back on April 8th. And I thought that was going to come back to us today.
Yeah, I apologize. I took that as a discussion for something for us to resolve by July 1st to explore those options, but I do have news on that. We have reached back out and looked at our BLM grant that we had received, and we do believe we can provide those inspections, not necessarily maybe response to complaints, but we can provide the proactive inspections in the emphasis area up there. So I have reached out to the chief and the captain that oversees the program at Lake Valley, and we're going to work on a new contract for that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that update, Ms. Enke. And then I guess lastly, do we have time to go back and relook at 4Bay again, and be a little more, even more creative on what the options and opportunities might be, and maybe the direction today is just that and not necessarily, bless you,
Thank you.
not necessarily to pick one option over the other right away? We have time for that?
Well, I think we do have some constraints on the Prop 68 funding if we're talking about the project in general. But I don't know that there's a super urgency today to get into the details of what you could do with the allocation that the board provides. What we would like to see today is a decision on the allocation. And so just like we've done with other projects that where we run into funding constraints and we say, okay, here's the amount of funding we have. Let's think about how we can phase it. What can we get done for that amount of funding? And as somebody said, the park, I don't think is over. I think we are just looking at how we are phasing that. We have had to discontinue work at Chili Bar, but we're also, as we're doing here, we're getting options and we're getting some ideas for Chili Bar so that if in the future there is grant funding or there's something that comes available, we might be ready to go on one of those options. And so that's what you have here is you have the environmental work done. You've got some designs and some plans done. So we have those. And I think the idea is the board can say, if it's sticking with option 2, which is kind of what you directed on April 8th, if it's saying, we have $1 million to put toward this park and we want staff to go back and figure out how we can use that to maybe at a minimum do the take advantage of the grant funding for the bathrooms, install the bathrooms, do some parking, explore options for that senior exercise equipment, because I am hearing that there could be some discussions had with AARP that if we can utilize a different surface there, then maybe there are some economies of scale that can happen when we're grading the parking lot to put in an area for that equipment. But I think it's a matter of deciding on an initial allocation of funding for an initial phase of this park. And then that way we would have what we needed to go back and complete our work on the whole countywide budget. Just as a reminder, I know there were some questions about what else have we looked at? Well, we did look comprehensively on March 11th at all the programs that the county provides, including discretionary contributions to outside agencies. We looked at everything and whether it was discretionary or mandated. We have put in place a plan to cut over $15.25 million out of county departments. We've been working that plan. So we're up to over $13 million that we already have cut in other areas of the county. So I just wanted to put a little bit of context there, and we're not necessarily targeting these programs. We looked at everything and the board has made a lot of decisions. This is our 5th budget meeting so far on the 25-26 budget, not including the department presentations that took place over 3 days. So really we've had 8 meetings for this fiscal year's budget. And the board's made a lot of decisions along the way. And I think that can get lost. And so I just want to provide that context that we are looking truly at everything. So we do, I know you might want to discuss also the senior center and some other things, but just as we always do, we've got Emma kind of working on a potential, language for you based on the title, the agenda title. So we can pull that up on the screen. And if you want to make tweaks to that or change that based on your discussion, we'll have that ready for you.
Any other board members want to comment?
Brooke or staff, did at any time we contemplate at all talking with CDAP about them taking on the park? Just as we're doing with the Boys and Girls Club. We know ongoing maintenance is difficult for us. And so maybe formalizing an agreement where we would give them turn over the property and they run with the park. I mean, obviously we're probably a little late right now in trying to get some of this immediate stuff done, but in long term, that might be an avenue to pursue as well on some of the park projects that.
Well, that would be the advantage of this phasing and this discussion, this direction to have further discussions. Because again, part of the phasing is not only to help with the initial construction costs, but those discussions around our maintenance of the facility. Because the bigger we make the facility, the bigger a maintenance burden that we have. So if we start with, you know, kind of the minimal piece that we need, and we already have ball fields there, and we really need a bathroom to serve the ball field, that makes sense. You're kind of just sort of maintaining the current capacity that you have. Even with that, we will likely have to get some kind of a contract in place to maintain those bathrooms, unless we can, you know, get volunteers or some sort of, you know, help like that. But that's what we're looking at least initially. When we look at even this piece, which is, you know, of option 2, there's still going to be a cost involved that we have to assume. We have to have a plan out the gate to be able to maintain those bathrooms. So we have to, you know, plan for that already. But that would be the beauty of phasing, is all those things could be explored.
Right, as we look at Placerville Rotary Park, Rotary's the primary on that whole park, has been for forever. They maintain it, they take care of it. And so I think there's maybe a couple other options we would be worth pursuing. And then the community groups have a lot more leverage with contractors and so forth in getting some of those things done also.
So Supervisor, I so appreciate your real creative thinking and bringing some of these ideas forward. We did have a meeting yesterday internally with staff to ask that question, that could even the land be gifted to the community and let them control their own destiny? We talked about that, and I would like Ms. Franich to probably speak about it correctly, so I don't want to misstate anything, but.
Yes, thank you. So the situation with Diamond Springs Park was a little bit different because it was land that was donated in a roundabout way to the county. And there's also some other considerations with just the way that Boys and Girls Club is set up. For Forebay Park, it would be difficult to just give the park to a nonprofit. There's a lot of requirements from the state to allow for the consideration of building affordable housing once you surplus land, and we couldn't transfer the land unless we surplused it. So unless there's some exemption that gets us away from having to negotiate with affordable housing providers, which we can't think of any right now. There is potential that if we surplus that land, it would, instead of becoming a park, become affordable housing.
Just along those lines, I know we're kind of getting in the weeds, but creating a rec district, because then that would be a government to a government type thing instead, you know, because that's how parks in other areas of the county are maintained. And, you know, Georgetown Divide has a big rec district. That's how all their parks and stuff are done. So, I mean, and that's something maybe the community will want to explore for their own destiny. And I think, and I could be wrong, and we'd have to look into it, but I think that if government gives it to more of a government, you know, another agency, I don't think we have to do the surplusing. I think it might be different. So something to look into too. Yeah.
Thanks, Jennifer. Any other questions? Greg?
So I think Emma, I want to see what Emma's got, because I know you want a number from us for Bay. That's the bottom line for today. I get it. Sorry, what are we looking at?
We can kind of modify option 2 to incorporate some direction to explore options for the senior exercise equipment, which is highlighted on your screen.
I'm going to read through it just for anyone who's
Can
on
you
the
move that
phone.
cursor though? Because there, thanks.
there we
It
go.
was blocking it.
Basically, it's the title of the item. You've received and filed a presentation, approve and revise the Board of Supervisors Policy B16, direct staff to incorporate combining the senior day sites, and then direct the following for Forebay Park. And so the modified option is include $1 million in recommended budget for Forebay Park and direct staff to return to the board with a plan for an initial phase of the park to include restroom, parking, and options for installation of senior equipment.
Is there any harm with adding the option to analyze a dog park? I mean, really, it's a fence. I think it would make such a big difference for the way the ball field is being utilized. It's really creating a conflict between playing ball and dog feces.
Of course.
I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah, the way I look at this is we already have an estimate that the $1 million would get us a gravel parking lot and a bathroom, and then we can explore the AQMD
yeah.
grant. But I think you might see an offsetting cost because you're going to see an additional cost with paving, and then the AQMD bring that back down. But we can explore all those options. We can look at the dog park. So what I would imagine would happen is staff would go back, analyze all this, and then say, here's what we can do with the $1 million. And then here would be the additional costs for these other pieces. So if that's the senior exercise equipment or the dog park, whatever you want to include in the motion, they could explore that.
And would it be plausible that CDAP or Snowline could come to the county at some point later on and say, we want to fundraise to build this ballpark, do we have your blessing? Can they begin to chip away at some of the other needs if they can bring funding to the table?
I believe so.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't see what would preclude that.
It might be a good idea if they do fundraising to just generally fundraise though, rather than for something specific that we don't have determined yet. Because I think that kind of got us to where we are today with some stuff. So just general fundraising for the park and work out the details as we get there.
Would the board consider splitting the baby in half and doing $1.5 million and not the full 3 million that was originally promised?
I've got a problem with that if we're looking at the daycare. I really do.
Yeah, I think this and then
So I
some
did.
creativity, and maybe we can get some donated construction services or something.
Yeah.
Since we've kind of put the word out today, looking for
Yeah.
that kind of stuff and see what we can do.
And also the counties does have ground up blacktop that's in some of their, like the one on Sandridge Road. The property there's quite a few piles there that could be used in that, or because we do a lot of resurfacing where they grind the blacktop up and then they put it back to use, and that's what they did with Sweeney Road and also Sandridge.
Yeah, I think if we can get cooperation from AARP to look at a different type of surfacing, there could very well be an opportunity to use internal forces, internal staff to prepare that area. So, I mean, I feel fairly confident for the $1 million, we could do some good work. And then again, it's just looked at as an initial phase.
There was also a figure that we were given if we were to maintain senior daycare at the El Dorado Hills site, that we need to improve the facility because it's currently not code compliant. What
It's
was
about
that figure? About $500,000. That's one of the issues as well with the facility, and staff's pretty sure on the figures and the factual information on attendees and so forth.
Yeah, we've gone over it and over it with HHSA. We feel very confident that nobody would go unserved. I think, Emma and certainly Timlin can speak better to it, but there's a lot of talk about the waiting lists. And some of that is simply just they're waiting to get through the enrollment process. So that's not necessarily an issue of capacity. And so we don't feel like there would be a cut in capacity if the site was just shifted to Placerville.
Could I just clarify a couple things? I was going to ask about the wait list, but it was brought up to consolidate both places to El Dorado Hills. It's not big enough, correct? El Dorado Hills can't accommodate everybody.
So as we outlined in the slide, the Placerville site really is a better setup for the services. And we have established staff in Placerville that have provided consistent, good services. And we have struggled in El Dorado Hills to recruit and retain staff in El Dorado Hills.
Okay. The money, the building improvements for the code violations, will that have to be completed regardless of whether we eliminate the senior daycares? Because there's going to be programs there still.
Is based on the use. So the building is code compliant except for this particular use for this population. So it could be used for something different.
Nutrition and activities, and really,
Right.
okay. And then just last thing, I just want to confirm, and I have the numbers from a couple weeks ago. Regarding El Dorado Hills, there's 16 enrolled. 7 are from El Dorado Hills, 4 from outside the county, and 5 from Cameron Park and up the hill, Cameron Park, Shingle Springs.
I don't have up-to-date numbers, but those were the
Yeah,
numbers
yeah,
from 2 weeks
okay.
ago when we
That's what I wrote
presented.
down. All right.
All right, Chair, I do have one thing. Jeannie Harper, who doesn't live here anymore, but she's Miss CDAP or had been for years, has said she was in, Kim, on the call and got cut off. She'd like to make a comment.
Sure, that'd be all right.
If
Yeah.
Jeannie, if you're still there, she said she had her hand still raised.
No, let her speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the board's
If
willing, yeah.
everybody's okay with that, or?
She has a three-bedroom.
Yeah, long ways away, so yeah, let her speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there, everybody, and I have to tell you, I am so heartened by the wonderful statements that I've heard from all of you, and again, for the people that did come up and speak. So glad to see you again. Long time no see, no hear, and good to meet Supervisor Ferrero and CEO Schmidt. Ken and I moved, as some of you know, to Greencastle a little over 2 years ago. Want you to know that we both stepped down from all of the county commissions and boards that we had been on. We have not been involved in the organizational processes since then. But in the 3 minutes that I have to address to you, I want to focus on our main concern, which apparently isn't just mine. It's not just the money, it's the timing, it's the moving back on the goalpost. You know, when we think we've gotten there and we are there, we've done everything we've needed to do, and yet it goes away. So we started in 2016. So for 9 years, we've had so many volunteers working on a very unique, all ages, all abilities playground for Pollock Pines, not just for recreational issues, but also for an economic viewpoint, because it was deemed to bring so much business back into the businesses of Pollock Pines. I wanted to let you know that there were the 3 problems: money, of course, timing, the goalposts getting moved. 1 step forward many times resulted in 2 steps back. But the day that we were advised that we had gotten that grant, it was like the whole community was singing hallelujah, especially those families of younger children. But then more delays, more changes of process. I mean, we've imagined ourselves to be partners with the county for 9 years. So even before the grant came along, for 5 years before that, we were working very closely with all of you in many of the departments, if not all of the departments. But I do have to ask that uncomfortable question. But before I do, I just want to comment on a couple of things I've heard here this morning. We certainly did have a dog park on our original park plan. And when the community center came around, the senior center that is now on the park became used with something else that's been very favorable and very well received at the moment. But the uncomfortable question is, when will the community of Pollock Pines become a respected and serious priority for El Dorado County? Ray Nutting started it back in 1993, was on the master plan in 1997. And we were also supposed to get whatever funding came out of that land to come back to our playground. So the big question is, when will we have that same kind of maintenance that so many of the other communities? I thank you so very much for everything you're doing. I know.
Okay. So bring it back to the board. Any other questions or comments, or?
Everybody okay
Yeah.
with what Emma had drafted? Do we need to look at it again? Or are we good?
Yeah, let's look at it.
Bring it up again.
This was much shorter than that last one. Thank you, Emma.
Is everybody okay with this?
Does number 3 need to reference the fee schedule that we set up, or is that,
It's in there.
is it?
It doesn't specifically reference the fees. We can add it, but if I didn't hear any large objections today, we were going to return to the board as soon as we can get everything
Okay, so you'll
perfectly in a
just be
bow.
bringing that
Right.
back. in.
That has to
Okay,
come back in a
got it.
We'll be talking about that
resolution.
again, the fee schedule.
It has to come back to the board as a hearing with a resolution.
Yeah. And just so everybody knows too, there's been, it did talk about in some of the budget items about generating revenue and, for items. And I did have a meeting with my Commission on Aging representative, and, it would be really great if somehow a group looked at some type of an endowment specifically for the senior services, because this happens, it's very cyclical. This isn't the first time we've had this hard conversation about senior services. So if anybody is out there wanting to take the lead on some type of an endowment to make sure, is it funded? Does it get money in
$1
it?
million.
Well, why are we?
Well, it was for a new. It was
Uh-oh,
for
I
a
opened
new
a can of
senior
worms.
Center.
So is it not for the ongoing expenses?
We had that debate years ago as well, when we were having budget discussions around senior services. And at the time, the board chose to keep it where it is for a new senior center. So it's still sitting there in our county coffers, a little over $1 million.
Well,
That's the
that's a-
Gilmore Trust, that's a trust money you're talking about.
County Gilmore Trust.
Okay, so, okay, well then we need to look at that a little bit more too and see what can be done or not done with that.
Yeah, we want to be careful that her original intent was obviously for that center. And there was
Right.
some discussion in the last few years, but then the land has been, I think CSD bought the land, Debbie. It's potentially going to be for it as part of the.
I think it was included in that sale with CSD.
So
I
there
think it
could be
was.
some partnership. Mr. Harn's walking in here now. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
So,
Laura knows as well.
so just, so you know, I wasn't referring to a building. I was thinking more of an endowment to help
Programs.
fund the programs. Just,
Right.
because the senior legal, remember a couple years back, the place was packed. I happened to be here. It was, wow, overwhelming, because of these discretionary programs are the ones that we are easiest to look at budgetary wise. I'm not saying program wise, but they keep coming up. And so if we could get some type of an endowment for program costs rather than a building is kind of where I was headed. It's
Right,
it's
and we-
something to look into.
Yeah, and we had that discussion about having some informational sheets that we could hand out through the senior centers, so
For
we
that.
could build upon that, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's there and it's already,
So maybe we
like I
need to
said-
better promote that we want to fund an endowment, and there might be some folks that have greatly appreciated the services and would want to, contribute to that. So just, just throwing it out there, that was in a conversation since this does come up often.
We could add that to the list. The board has also directed us to work with the ad hoc committee to look at revenue generating options. And so we could certainly add something like that to the list to work with ad hoc on.
That'd be good. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
I just want to say before we make a motion to the residents of Pollock Pines, I wish we weren't in this position where we had gifted this money and now we're in a position where we're trying to see what we can salvage and the county can, and what the county can save. But I do want to thank my colleagues because I think this conversation has been fruitful. I think we've got something out of it. And I've learned in politics a long time ago that sometimes, getting something is better than getting nothing. So you can push for the sky, but I'm one person. And so I just want to thank my colleagues. And I would go ahead with that and move approval of the recommendation as presented by staff.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
And opposed?
I'm sorry, was that a 5-0?
Yes.
Yeah.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break. Can we do that? The other one's going to be only. Yeah, we can do that. So we're back from our break. So we'll move to item 22, grand jury report, road maintenance and detention facilities.
Item number 22 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board consider the draft Board of Supervisors responses to the fiscal year 24-25 grand jury final reports, Placerville and South Lake Tahoe jail inspections, and DOT maintenance where the rubber meets the road, and take one of the following actions. 1, direct staff to make changes and return to the board with final reports by April 29th, 2025, or 2, approve the reports as final reports and authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to submit them to the presiding judge.
All right. Hey, Sue.
Morning.
Is your mic on?
Administrative office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as the clerk said, we have responses to 2 of the grand jury reports today. You might notice we don't typically respond on the reports that are related to elected officials' operations. So the one on the jail inspection simply refers back to the sheriff's response to the judge. The other one is with regard to mainly the reporting system for road maintenance issues. And so either approve these as final. We have worked with the departments on the responses, or if you'd like to direct any changes, we can make those changes in return on the 29th. And that would still give us time to submit our responses to the judge, which are due in early May.
Okay. So any questions from the board? Question?
Thanks.
All right, so I'll open it up to public comment.
Now taking public comments specifically regarding item 22. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The time will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I have not yet received the courtesy of a response from either DOT Director Rafael Martinez or Supervisor Lori Parlin to my April 10th inquiry regarding DOT's responsibility to cure and correct the obviously defective double chip seal applied to Mount Murphy Road last summer by American Pavement Systems and the rapidly deteriorating conditions resulting in numerous potholes. This was the subject of my grand jury complaint. The APS contract signed by Lori Parlin clearly indicates that any defective materials or workmanship by APS is warranted and guaranteed for 1 year from the date of acceptance of the work. Additionally, the APS project manager attempted to fraudulently sell me 8 tons of gravel that should have been applied to the road. My tax dollars already paid for the labor and materials, so I wasn't about to pay for them a second time. You are reminded about the EDC good governance policy and your duty to be responsive to constituents. Furthermore, when the BOS has knowledge of wrongdoing but fails to take remedial action, then the county becomes complicit and liable. Clearly, DOT and the BOS are remiss in their fiduciary to manage taxpayer resources in a responsible manner. EDC failed to give notice with reasonable promptness to APS about the defective double chip seal to Mount Murphy Road. Therefore, I contacted them. However, that does not absolve Mr. Martinez, Lori Parlin, or George Turnbull of their responsibility to take remedial action concerning the defective workmanship to Mount Murphy Road. The county's good governance policy requires staff to be responsive and accountable to constituents. DOT clearly is remiss in their obligation to address the improperly applied double chip seal to Mount Murphy Road. Per the 48-page American paving contract signed by Lori Parlin, the contractor's work is guaranteed for 1 year against defective materials or workmanship. Accordingly, American Pavement is required to repair the obviously defective work along the entirety of the 1.5-mile portion of the road at no cost to the county. It is irresponsible for the county to commence with spending $39 million of taxpayers' resources on the Mount Murphy Bridge to Nowhere replacement without addressing the deteriorating condition of the lower 1.5-mile portion of the road. This should be a no-brainer. The law requires you to respond publicly to this inquiry with a specific time frame as to when the defective work done to Mount Murphy Road will be properly remediated, either by American Pavement Systems DOT staff or another contractor. And again, George, I do not appreciate the disrespect that you have shown for your constituents of their law like you did this morning.
Anybody else want to speak on this item in the board chambers? Go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, good morning, board. Tara McCann, El Dorado Hills. I've spoken this morning. I've been very emotional in these topics. I'm really just frustrated. Really frustrated. A lot of us down here in El Dorado Hills are. This is just so shocking. I mean, we pay taxes. We want our taxes to be used under good governance and things we can see that are done once and done right. Just what we saw, just the exact same thing with the speaker that just came up. We've had that paving done over here in Governor. That was so outrageous. I'm a civil engineer, 35 years. This is what I do for a living. That project, we would have had to rip out. It did not meet geometric standards for paving. But let me just give you a couple items. They didn't protect the DIs. Slurry went down into the DIs, was pushed over to the DIs. The edge of the pavement wasn't followed. The slurry went out. I have pictures. That I sent to DOT. The slurry went out over the concrete curb and gutter. That is, I mean, like just the drainage implications alone. You have any inspection? Was any county person there? Was any county staff there? What are we paying for? What are we paying for? This is so outrageous. El Dorado Hills is different. You guys want a community region? Well, then you got to support the maintenance for it. You guys want a community region? You got to support the funding for it. But what I see is you guys full steam ahead, building out everything else when you can't support the maintenance for the community regions or the development you've already got in place. Right here, Highland View, we have a subdivision. You guys know well. You know well. Your director of DOT, director of hydraulics came out and met me on site back then. This is before Raphael. Back then. We have 2-inch gaps in our pavement because the county approved a 17% grade, an exception to the grade. They made it steeper. When you do that, you have creep and you have subsurface slide. So the creep happens, pavement pulls apart. You got water intrusion now, washing out all the fines. Guess what? You're damaging the EID infrastructure underneath. You guys are going to be paying EID millions, and you heard it here. Guess what? You heard it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So looking at the response, it just seems like you're totally blowing off the public input from the grand jury. They ask for things because we want information. And it's mostly like, hey, we're just not going to be doing it. Let's say submit a quarterly report on key metrics of county-wide road maintenance and repair. And the response was, we review projects with the board multiple times throughout the year. There's been a lot of comments about the distributed nature of the individual projects. What this isn't doing is providing together a summary report of key metrics so that we see what's going on where. In regards to the procedures, there's been a number of discussions on procedures lately, and it says the recommendation's been implemented, but there's nothing directing the public to where those procedures are documented. And then for the public input by various means, I think that was the culmination of some of the other concerns. But basically, sorry, but it just seems like the response to the grand jury was, why'd you guys even waste your time? Because we're actually not going to improve the communications or the collaboration with the public, which is the reason why this item came from the grand jury. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. So anyway, Raphael, some of the questions are asked. And there's a couple of questions I want to ask you too. So you want to address some of those issues?
Yes, of course. Chair Timbrew, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, once again, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. In regard to specific projects, I think I and my staff want to stay away from that. We are going to be having specific detail-oriented discussions regarding our pavement program. I think at the next meeting, are we not? Is it the next meeting or in May? May 20th, where we are going to be presenting to the board our annual surface treatment SB1 projects, maintenance projects for the entire county. This is when we inform the board, the public, of the projects that we are utilizing gas tax to make improvements in the areas. That's going to be the more appropriate time to discuss either Governor's, Mount Murphy, any project that has either been constructed or is in the planning stages. As for regards to the grand jury questions, I think the primary outcome of the grand jury report is that they want to know when the Board of Supervisors or the Department of Transportation is informing the public of when these projects are coming about. And I can inform you, and I have tell you that we at least present about, if not twice, there are 3 different instances when we come to the Board of Supervisors and present to you what those projects are. Not to mention, we have other subcommittee meetings where we are discussing projects with either specific supervisors and or executives in the county, talking about projects, their start, end dates, as well as we are presenting those dates when we do public advertisements of when those projects will be impacting the community. Now, we also have about not thousands, but at least hundreds of locations where we are maintaining the roads, doing grind and paves on a yearly basis. So the complexity of informing the public of when we are at every location doing a grind and pave is just logistically impossible. So what we do is we give the board updates of when we're doing major surface treatments, such as either Mount Murphy with the chip seal, which was a grant, or Governor's, which was SB1. Brian Mullins will be giving you that presentation later on this year, as he stated, on May 20th. And that's when we get into the details. And then we come back at the end of the year and we give the Board of Supervisors an updated presentation as to the completion of those projects, as well as our website that has detailed information as to all these projects, when they are going to be occurring, as well as on our Facebook page. We have this information that is readily available for the public. In terms of communicating with the Department of Transportation in terms of the need of the community, once again, we have our Facebook page. We have the county's website page. We also have our hotline and our email, maintenance email contact that is a source of readily available communication with the Department of Transportation to inform us of what is going on. Now, can we make improvements? Yes, there's always room for improvements, and we state that in the grand jury's report. We are looking into a new software that will modernize our program so that it becomes more automated. It has more, it is less dependent on a personnel aspect to get back to somebody or getting back to them on email. It will become more automated. We've strayed away from that up until this point because our primary focus was to provide as much resources to the physical aspect of maintaining the roads as opposed to the automation and the customer support part of it. But it has always been there. It's just been on a more rudimentary level, emails and phone calls and voicemails, contacts from the Board of Supervisors directly to myself or to my staff to inform us of issues. So we are moving forward with that. And if you'd like, once again, sticking to the questions and the concerns brought up in the grand jury report, my staff and I are here to answer any questions regarding any of the questions and concerns on the grand jury report. Now, once again, if you'd like to have a more detailed discussion regarding our maintenance program, our projects, our funding, past projects, specifically to get into the detail on past projects, I think that would probably be more appropriate for our May 20th board meeting. Any further questions?
All right. Any questions from any board members? I'm good. Thank you, Raphael.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we'll open it up to public comment. Oh, we already did. Okay. So I'll bring it back.
See, it's contagious.
Yeah, it is. You're rubbing off on me. That's what it
Started.
is. Yeah, exactly. So I'll bring it back to the board. So for approval.
Move approval of item 22. We didn't make any changes, so approve the reports and final reports off the chief administrative officer to submit to the presiding judge.
Okay.
1 second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Unopposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So it's noon right now. We'll break for lunch and be back at 1 o'clock. All right. So, welcome back, everyone, from lunch. Now we'll move on to open forum. Open forum is a time the public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Kim, please open it up, Earl.
We are now
Open
taking
forum.
public comments on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right, come on up. Come on up, Linda.
Linda Colombo, Nashville, District 2. I'm on chapter 10, The Lost Bus, reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. The town of Paradise had its own council, which ran a program to educate school children about fire risk. They met at Atria Senior Living on the second Wednesday of each month, often presenting a half-empty room. Phil John had a lifetime appointment because no one else wanted his role. He enjoyed dressing up as the council's mascot, Wildfire Ready Raccoon. John had also recorded an educated parody called Wildfire Ready in Paradise. The name is Wildfire Ready. I don't live in the city. I live in the mountains where the trees are pretty. I got friends that are people. I got friends that are dogs. I got friends that live in houses. I got friends in logs. If you're living near the forest, there's some things you gotta know. How to keep yourself ready in case a fire starts to grow. I'm ready. Are you ready? They hadn't been ready. Two of the school district's assistant superintendents knocked at the glass door of the school bus. Kevin was startled and he opened it for them. Their truck had caught fire in the parking lot of Ponderosa Elementary. They warned Kevin to avoid Paradise Elementary because it was already on fire. They planned to help out with directing traffic. The teacher, Mary, had pointed out the first responders to the children in a bid to distract the kids. Look at those brave men coming to help us. The children screamed through the locked windows, "Thank you, Officer Brody, we love you." Kevin, the bus driver, had taken a different tact, trying to escape Paradise along routes that only a native would know, but he was turned away repeatedly by law enforcement officers with out-of-town uniforms who claimed to know better. Mutual aid. Road appeared before them. It was dangerously narrow, its sides flanked by dead brush and ponderosa pines. Efforts to regulate vegetation here had been met with opposition. Residents had feared this would lead to logging of healthy trees. The pines had become so prized that they couldn't be chopped down without a special permit, which cost $60 and an extra $23 per tree. Even then, the offending landowner had to agree to plant new saplings at 15-gallon size within a year. A Paradise police officer flagged Kevin down in the bus. Do you have kids on the bus? The officer said, peering at Kevin as he cranked open the window. I'm about to shut this road down, but you go first. Hey man, Road is highly overgrown, Kevin argued. I'm worried about getting through there. Just go, the officer replied. Mary, the teacher, said, what the heck, Kevin? Why are you taking us down Road? She begged him to go a different way. You know it's a death trap. Please don't take us down the road. We don't have a choice, said Kevin. Kevin continued to stall at the intersection. The children grew drowsy from almost passing out, nauseated by the carbon monoxide. And I almost finished the whole chapter. So thank you very much. I'll see you next week.
All right. Anybody else would like to speak on open forum? Come on up.
Good afternoon. This is regarding the project on Koki. My name's Rob Martin, and my wife and I just moved onto Crossbill Lane, and for the proposed living site on Koki, my wife and I, it's called Community Home. We are deeply invested into this future. Today, I'm here to bring attention to a serious concern that has yet to be adequately addressed: the drainage and flooding issues on Pleasant Valley Road. The current drainage system in the area is already stretched to its limits. When it rains, we regularly see flooding on Pleasant Valley Road, and the situation only gets worse with each storm. Water backs up into the streets, creating hazards not only for drivers, but for pedestrians as well. The existing infrastructure cannot handle the additional runoff that any new development would generate. Adding more homes and buildings to the area will only exacerbate this ongoing problem. Anyone who has lived here through a heavy rain knows how bad the flooding can get. We've seen streets turn into rivers, and properties along Pleasant Valley are constantly at risk. To build a new development without addressing this issue is irresponsible and dangerous. Not only would it make the flooding worse, but it would also increase the strain on an already overburdened drainage system, putting more homes and families in harm's way. Lisa and I have watched as the drainage issues have persisted for years with little action taken to resolve them. The proposed development will add even more impervious surfaces, roofs, driveways, parking lots, all of which will further limit the ground's ability to absorb rainwater. The inevitable result will be water runoff, more flooding, and more damage to the surrounding properties and infrastructure. This isn't about one neighborhood or one development. This is a regional issue. If the drainage problems on Pleasant Valley aren't addressed now, it's going to get much worse. We need to think ahead and make sure that any new development, especially one large, comes with real solutions to the flooding and drainage issues. I urge the board to take these concerns seriously and to require a thorough drainage and flood impact study before moving forward with this project. The problem without addressing the underlying infrastructure, the safety and well-being. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Anybody else would like to speak? Open forum, come on up.
Good morning. I'm Dana Jorgensen. I work for Assembly Member Heather Hadwick. She's one of the two legislators in the Assembly for El Dorado County. I've met all you fine folks before, I think except for Supervisor Lane, who was fully in our district. So.
You're welcome to come to Tahoe.
Yes. We have a very large district. It is 11 counties. I have an office in Jackson. I'm covering the bottom part of the district. So just real quick to paint a picture, I think it helps people understand. We have an assembly district that's the shape of a Senate district. It starts in Modoc County. So if you take a picture, our district looks like the country of Italy. So Oregon is Switzerland. Assemblywoman Hadwick is from Modoc County. So she's up there like in Milan, getting into Italy. And down in Amador, we're Sicily, we're the boot. So the district is, we have quite a few folks in Shasta County. I have a couple colleagues in an office up there. Comes down to Nevada County. It comes in and takes in the lake. And in El Dorado County, let me back up. It takes in Placer and El Dorado around the lake. We have Truckee, obviously South Lake Tahoe, and then it goes down to Amador and Alpine. So those are the bottom counties. In El Dorado County, our line on Highway 50 is about at Smith Flat House. So we have Camino, we have Apple Hill, obviously the lake. We do not have Georgetown. It kind of snakes around. And I actually looked on the map. All of you have parts of your districts in our district except for supervisor. Yeah, I know. Oh, darn. We'll still help you out if anything comes up. But she is from Modoc County. She was a PIO officer in the sheriff's office up there. She worked at the County Office of Education, developing safety plans for the schools. She has been a high school and elementary school teacher. She went to Chico State and received her degree from there. She later subsequently got a master's degree. Anything else? One of the issues that I can tell you that we are working on she's working on is agriculture. strengthening agriculture. It's the backbone of her district, and obviously tourism as well. Wildfire preparedness, and one of the issues is we could go on about insurance. I've been living that since 2012 through some of the other offices I've worked for. And I just want to finish up how to get a hold of me. I'm in the Board of Supervisors office in Jackson. The address is 810 Court Street, 2nd floor, Jackson, 95642. 530-265-0601. My email, some of you might already had it. Take out the SEN and put in ASM, dana.jorgensen@asm.ca.gov. And just looking forward to serving her and serving El Dorado County.
Thanks, Dana.
Thanks, Dana.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Anybody else like to speak? Open forum. All right, so I guess we go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood, up at beautiful Lake Tahoe. Spent the morning at Nevada Beach. Anyways, it's Heavenly Valley has now closed, and we had our employee day yesterday. It was wonderful. Beautiful day of skiing. Had the mountain to ourselves. Anyway, down to business. Notification of projects. Especially cell towers, 1 mile radius. That would be appropriate for the cell towers because, again, that's what they've been telling us for years is the radii, if you will, of the effective nature of the proposed antenna. So it would seem absolutely appropriate to give a 1 mile radius on that. Also, why not do that for most projects? I know that the Newtown Road bridge, and I went and looked at that just the other day. We have destroyed that streamside area there in the name of federal grants. And I got to say that it was quite... I didn't want to see it. But anyway, back to the notice. I know that the notice for that project was huge. I live 3 miles up Sly Park, and I got a notice for that. Yes, that is part of my traffic shed. So, as it should have been appropriate. Similarly, the people who might be served by a cell tower should have good notice. Also with notice, any road that leads to a project off of a county road, everybody should be noticed. If that parcel map, let's say, is going to increase traffic on a particular road, they should be noticed. Right now, we just do a radius that's poorly done and poorly represented in the staff report in the exhibits. Those particular If you look at the radius map, you wouldn't know what project, where you were, et cetera, unless somebody filled in some information. That could work also. And yes, back to Newtown Road. I think we have accomplished overkill. We're not paying a lot of money for it, which is why we're taking advantage of it and building a big project. Yes, that bridge was there for X amount of years. Can't remember the.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
There we are.
Now taking public comment from Larry Rolla.
Good afternoon, board. Couple issues that I want to address today. First is the El Dorado Senior Village. I would like to see the results of a traffic study showing the additional traffic generated from the Diamond Springs Village Apartments Phase 1, along with the yet to be approved Phase 2, El Dorado Haven, also known as Mercy, and the Diamond Springs Community Park off of Oakdale. These are all approved projects which are going to add to the traffic level of service we already experience in the historic towns of El Dorado and Diamond Springs. Now add the additional traffic that is going to be generated from the El Dorado Senior Village if that project gets approved. Highway 49 that runs through the towns of, that runs through these towns already has LOSF traffic at peak hours of the day. SB 35 does not give the developer the right to bypass the general plan and the traffic requirements spelled out. Traffic from all these high density housing in the area needs to be presented to the Board of Supervisors and the public so we all know we are within the voter approved general plan requirements. Second point is Marble Valley and Lime Rock. We have a developer that wants to change the general plan. If adopted, the zoning change would increase the number of homes from 454 to as many as 4,036. That's a 9x increase in housing density. This is a monumental change to the general plan. The majority of the El Dorado County residents move here because we understand the parcel zoning designations and we choose which type of zoning we desire to live in. When a developer comes in and requests a zoning change that dramatically changes the previous zoning, I don't believe this is something the Board of Supervisors should decide. What should our Board of Supervisors approach be to a monumental change in the eyes of the county residents? With a change of this size to the general plan, the Board of Supervisors should require voter approval. Prior to a vote, the county should have Caltrans model the traffic impact a development of this size would have on the county and publish the results to the voters, along with the traffic, water, and the impact this development would have on our precious resources should also be presented to the public. All of the studies and the cost of putting this on the ballot should be at the expense of Parker Development. Thank you, Board, for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. On April 10th, I sent an email to planning, David Livingston and also Karen Garner. It reads as follows. There had been a planning commission meeting on the calendar for today, April 10th. I had submitted feedback on an agenda item at 4:15 on April 9th and then received a response that the meeting had just been canceled. Since this meeting had been published and agendized according to the 72 hours required timeline in the Brown Act, I would like to inquire if this cancellation less than 24 hours before the meeting complies with Brown Act requirements. I had looked through county policies to determine if there were published guidelines on cancellations, but found none. I did receive a reply from planning saying your email's been forwarded to county council to respond. As of today, I've received no response. So I would appreciate the response, but then also follow up to ensure that the guidelines are published for future reference by both staff and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Koshan, Pollock Pine. First, I would like to thank Chair Turnbow for acknowledging my comments in the minutes that I wasn't able to do because of technical issues. And just FYI, under good governance, sometimes some boards just read into the record, not the whole, but a little quick summary like you did, and then we don't have to talk, save you minutes. When you started as chair, I asked you a question about a good governance workshop, and the response was it would happen in April. It's my assumption that I'm just checking that it's had to be postponed. I still think it's important that you have a good governance workshop in order to update the manual that you have. And part of that would be perhaps taking a look at the Government Finance Officers Association's standards for budget presentation. We've been fortunate to be in growth, handling GAAP is a lot bigger challenge. Placer County has such a budget that meets these standards. It includes actuals to date. The last time I know that publicly that actuals to date was provided is when you adopted the budget in September, I believe. You got the actuals to date for fiscal year 23-24. So you're working off of an awful lot of proposed numbers, and using the senior center as an example, the fee study projected a net cost of about $500K to the county, and you're currently operating off the idea that it's about $830K. That's the nature of projections, but if you have actuals, I think you can make a better decision. Somebody brought up institutional memory, and I think taking a look at that, because the helicopter and its $400K from TOT and another $400K from just regular old general fund was a 1-year option at the time. And then there was to be data to see how much of a tourist impact, and make some adjustments as to the hit to the county for the number of hours the helicopter would run. And then it was fascinating to find out about the $1 million endowment, which I looked up for the Gilmore Center. And it says very specifically it's for El Dorado Hills. So to me, perhaps you want to revisit where the senior center will be if there's just going to be one. Thank you for taking my comments.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'm going to close open forum and bring it back. One of the issues, I'll let Brian answer this question on the drainage issue in El Dorado. We discussed that many times, and there is a project that's going to be done here through the transportation mission.
But we hope so. It's
We hope
obviously
so,
got to
yeah.
be funded.
Right,
But yeah, downtown El Dorado does have a drainage issue. It's been surveyed, it's been analyzed, and now it's a matter of funding. So we certainly worry about any upstream projects. The Cokie Lane project is an SB 35 project. Planning has been intimately involved in that project, even submitting denial a letter. So they've now, I believe, reapplied and are trying to meet what the state says they have to meet. I too worry about the traffic of the cumulative traffic of those 3 projects on the service level F road. The state road, by the way, that's also been deemed a evacuation route, very detrimental to the area. So we're trying wherever we can to get the state to understand that sometimes it doesn't fit exactly where they hope to put it. Drainage is one of the issues too.
Yeah, and I experienced that over 50 years of my business down in El Dorado. So I know that's been an ongoing thing. One of the things I do want to say, Dana, I would love to have the assemblyman or assemblywoman to come out and visit and tour Grizzly Flats, especially the Caldor Fire. I know we requested that before and no response. So I would reach out to her again and see what she can do and talk to those residents out there. I'd really appreciate it. Okay. All right. Thank you. And Tiffany, on the good governance, we have something that is coming up soon, correct?
Yes, it's currently agendized for June 12th. Yep.
June 24th.
June 24th. Sorry, missed 12 days there. Yeah, and then regarding Mr. Leo Bennett Koshan's comment regarding working off of actuals, just a reminder to the board that in February of this year, staff came and presented to you our mid-year report, which is not necessary. It's just something that we do to go above and beyond for transparency, and so that we're tracking where we are with our revenues mid-year in this current budget cycle as we move forward into constructing the budget cycle that we're doing right now. So I was keenly aware of those.
All right. I appreciate it very much. All right. So I guess we'll move on to our item 25, planning and building outside agency presentations.
Item number 25 comes, excuse me, from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development Division. Sorry. Recommending the board, one, receive and file a presentation from the Greater Sacramento Economic Council on activities completed during fiscal year 23-24, and two, receive and file annual reports from the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce Film Commission, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce Visitors Authority, El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce Welcome Center, Lake Tahoe South Shore Chamber of Commerce, and Tahoe Prosperity Center related to their respective activities completed during fiscal year 23-24.
Kyle
Okay.
Nolan, Economic Development. Good afternoon, Supervisor Turnbull, Chairman, and the rest of the board. I'm just going to quickly just hand it off to President and CEO of the Greater Sacramento Economic Council, Barry Broom, to come up and do his presentation, and then we'll take any questions on any of that presentations. So with that, I'll Barry come on down, and Kim, if you don't mind pulling up.
Thank you for your time. So can you hear me okay? Yeah, so first off, I want to thank you. I know you're up against a wall. So I wanted to come and just kind of give you a little overview. I tried to think differently about how to communicate some of the value we're creating for you and have you, better understand, the economic impacts. And then I wanted to share with you, I've been doing this for 35 years. So I came out of Cleveland. I was there for that's where I'm from, Toledo. I was head of economic development, Toledo. I always like to say I've had all the prestigious jobs. And I was a CEO of Michigan for 6 years. And I was staff in Cleveland. I worked for the mayor of Toledo in the cabinet as head of development. And I was the CEO of Michigan during the complete and utter collapses of those communities. And I learned a lot about what communities succeeded, what communities came out, what communities turned things around, what they did differently. Why is Pittsburgh a technology center? Why are places like Cleveland still struggling? And a lot of them had to do with, their go forward strategy when they were in trouble. So sometimes when you're caught behind a big, heavy fiscal lift, it can trap you in it. And I'm looking at your financial numbers and they're pretty severe. So I completely understand that. So I just wanted to share with you a little more granular on what we've been able to do more on an income side instead of just doing the market overview. Wanted to share with you a little bit about my experience, but I also wanted to thank you. So if you don't continue this, I understand all the circumstances you have, but I did want to come and thank you for the time that you've spent with us. John Heidel was a wonderful man. I've enjoyed working with all of you, Tiffany, and watching your young professionals rise. So I also wanted to thank you for the time we spent together. And I didn't want to be ungrateful or come and complain if we get caught because you're faced with all these structural deficits, and hopefully find a way to still be helpful. So I think we got a little click here. How's this work? Turn on. I don't know about you guys, but every now and then I demonstrate my age. Yeah, want to just click that for me? Thanks. Yeah, so, I just want to remind, if you look at the economic impact of this region, the hard part about economics is they're indirect. They're really not direct. It's a series of indirect behaviors, right? So if you're getting more educated and people are moving here, if you look at the income levels in El Dorado County, your schools attract a lot of really talented people. It's hard to quantify those things, but we were at the very bottom when this organization started in 2015. We retained the Brookings Institute because when we give data, evidence, and analytics, they're not mine, they're somebody else's, right? Because everybody would like to be in charge of their own narrative and data. So we brought in the Brookings Institute primarily because they're left-leaning. And we knew the state government was left-leaning, which is an understatement. And we were hoping that maybe left-leaning people would learn empirical evidence from other left-leaning people that things weren't going too well. Like the Brookings Institute just came out and said California is going to run out of power. These are things people don't want to hear. So maybe if the Brookings Institute communicates it and they were advisors to Democratic presidents, it would be trusted. So the Brookings Institute came in 2015 and said, you're literally at the bottom of the food chain as a region and all economic indicators. We got a baseline in 26. If you look at 2025 now, we're the 28th US market. As you can see, we've made a lot of stride. Racial inclusion has gone negative because the minute economies start contracting, the people that bear it out are always communities of colors. But we're 10th in the US in economic growth as a region, 20th in prosperity, 7th in inclusion, and 3rd in geographic inclusion but shows working together for the last 10 years, really integrated and devised a very strong network that led to success. And of course, most importantly, we're eighth in job growth, but we're also eighth in educational attainment. So, we're keeping our young people and we're attracting young people and raising the economic potential of the region and raising the profile and increasing amenities and maintaining placemaking, which is like a economic development term for quality of life, has all been things that are achieving it. And quality of life is becoming more and more important as we go along. And obviously you're an important contributor to that. So next slide, please. So you're familiar with this. Obviously, our ability to deliver on the semiconductor side, and it looks like Bosch is going to keep its CHIPS Act award. That's what we're getting out of the Trump administration, which is really important because 50% of all the silicon carbide chips in North America are going to be produced in Roseville, which gives us a reputation play. Solidigm is still talking internally about possibly doing an IPO, which would be a publicly traded Fortune 500 company. And then, of course, Samsung, Qualcomm, and AMD are growing. And then, of course, we spend a lot of time on Intel because all the signs pointing from Intel are problematic. So if you read any of the Wall Street reports on Intel, it's very problematic. And what's that mean to an El Dorado County when Intel is in Folsom? It means a lot. And an organization like ours is very engaged in, what is going to happen with Intel. If Intel sells its chip manufacturing assets, what's the role of Congress on that? So we have Congressman Kiley heavily watching and being dedicated in the conversations with Intel. If Intel sells all their assets and leases back, what does that mean from a job performance standpoint? What's going to be the redevelopment of that Intel site? And so, you need an entire team of people working on that, not just a local government economic developer that's not going to have the leverage or the cachet for raising that. And I think we're going to do okay. I'm hoping we'll do really well, but we're obviously heavily involved in that. And then we think we're going to be able to have future expansion in this project. And then, of course, the Life Science Center at Aggie Square. So really the organization's goal is to attract and build out industry. And then industry brings in higher than normal income behaviors. And then those higher than normal income behaviors change the trajectory of schools, right? Changes the trajectory of shopping malls, changes the trajectory of spending patterns. And that's where the tax income comes from. So it doesn't matter where the company locates. What matters is where the income goes and where the talent goes and how that spending is occurring. And so I have a little more granular data on that. So next slide, please. So I just took a look at Solidigm, and these are extensive exercises. Go back on that, please. Thank you. So how does Solidigm and Rancho Cordova help El Dorado County, right? Well, where their CEO is. Their CEO lives here, right? Their chief financial officer lives here. Their chief technology officer lives here. In fact, we're able, now that we have them on the ground, we're able to get more granular information on what the employees produce in income to the county, 3.2 million a year, and what they produce to the schools, which is partly why they're here. As you can see, over $6.4 million. And this is a combination of granular data and then federal analysis. We use independent statistical data and analysis to draw this. This isn't my conclusion. And so, it's hard for people to wonder, what are you getting for $60,000 when you got a $20 million structural deficit? Well, here's really tangible data on how this income is translating into your community. And then if you go to the next slide, on Intel is producing about $3.2 million per year in income. So over the next 10 years, that's about $32 million. So our ability to be on top of this, turn it, watchdog it, have Congressman Kiley intimately engaged. There's a lot of money on the table, not just for the region, but also for El Dorado County, because folks live here, right? So we already know we've lost 2,000 jobs since 2018, but a lot of those jobs have been picked up by Solidigm. So and historically, 10 years ago, we'd have lost everything if Intel would have went into this problem. But now, Micron's talking to us about expansion, Samsung. And so the Intel threat gets mitigated by our work. You're a direct $3.2 million beneficiary annually of it. And that's not something a county government's going to be able to impact. And the ability to leverage into a larger network is pivotal to that and also speaks to our credibility. Next slide, please. So talk a little bit more about it. So obviously, we have a pipeline of semiconductor companies now. So the semiconductor industry is exploding. And, you know, we are not under an NDA from Intel. They're super private. But we brought in Newmark. We spent $500,000 to bring in Newmark to build a semiconductor strategy along the 50 corridor. And even though you're not geographically a direct locatee of Intel and Solidigm, I showed you the income value behind that. So our ability to tie these assets together in a single strategy is going to be really important. Right now, I never trust what anybody tells me in high levels anymore politically, but we've been told by the state they're going to ask us to lead the statewide semiconductor strategy, which, you know, I've never even got my phone calls returned by Newsom. So that's a great thing, which means we got some leverage. We're close to getting $10 million to UC Davis's engineering school so it can move towards quantum computing, which is what these semiconductor companies are telling us we need to do. So, you know, these technologies are moving so fast, you know, the universities don't keep up with it. So even UC Davis, where Gary May, the chancellor, is the chairman of the board of Greater Sacramento right now, he's running an academic center. His thumb isn't on that pulse. So I just wanted to get more granular about a couple of assets that have direct income streams into your bottom line to help you understand the value that this partnership is bringing to you from a fiduciary standpoint, not just important relationships and good friendships and things like that, which will remain regardless of your decision. So this is something different, and the market's changing. But I mean, one of the challenges we've had in El Dorado County is PG&E. And so the interesting thing that's going on now, which is not a big job generator, artificial intelligence and semiconductors driving a change in data centers. So we are now the finalist. We're the only California site for a direct $17 billion data center investment, and it's in PG&E territory, which historically we wouldn't have been able to do. But this data center is going to require power at levels that they can't find anywhere. And the PG&E power capacity can meet their needs. And if you're looking at managing data, we know California and Northern California is still going to be the data kings, whether or not we figure out how to put cities back to life. So I was sitting there looking at this, what would a data center of this magnitude mean to the community that it's in? I mean, it's a smaller community. I mean, it literally triples their tax base. And so, you know, I've never been able to really tell you confidently I can deliver companies inside El Dorado County because of the real estate and power complexity. But this is something that has changed recently and could open up another opportunity. And that's why one of the things we've been talking about is, you know, we don't talk to PG&E that much for the same reasons, you know, because it's usually disappointing. But now we have like the president and CEO of PG&E in this conversation since it's so pivotal. You know, maybe we can build a stronger data center platform around El Dorado County in a way that preserves and protects, right? It's not a traffic user. I mean, it's not a lot of jobs, but it's a big capital investment. And something like this could be really pivotal towards tax income for you as you manage this structural issue. So this is all recent development. I just wanted to share that with you without making any promises, but we're the only site left in California. So if we get it, PG&E got it. And it's a monstrous tax impact on the county that would be receiving it. Next slide. So the other thing too, our numbers have never changed. You know, the challenge that you have, I don't have a state government that automatically ratchets up all my costs. So one of the big challenges is the costs are outside your control, right? Taking me a long time to learn. But you know, the county is almost a creature of the state, right? You don't even have the flexibility of a municipality. So they can drive your costs. They don't have to drive ours. But I just want to be mindful that the investment in GSEC has largely been flat over this time. And so, you know, we're now about a $5.4 million organization. The CEO's put in $100,000. And then that's how we pay for the organization. And then the whole goal of this, when I built this public model, was, you know, a check that showed that it mattered, but not a check to where you'd have to choose 2 deputy sheriffs over or somebody like that, right? You can't do much with $60,000, right? You can't hire a police officer. Can't hire a school teacher, so the money's small enough to where it's not relevant inside a governmental decision. If it's flat, it never remains in the conversation around structural deficits. And then the whole goal of this organization, and by the way, the last 2 years, California has performed horribly. We have gone 2 years in the state without any job creation. We have not had any net job growth in California beyond government expansion and the expansion of healthcare, which is the byproduct of population and government expanding. So we look at San Francisco, their structural deficit in 29 goes to $1.6 billion. So I know the narrative prayer is we know San Francisco is going to come back. Well, don't worry, LA is going to come back. Well, LA is 25% of the state's economy. If it doesn't come back, we'll feel it up here because these economies are integrated. I think the trade conversation is going to help the president understand how seamlessly integrated we are. When China came out and said, hey, we make all the raw materials for your aerospace defense industry and semiconductor industry, and maybe we won't ship that to you anymore. So states are like that and regions are like that too. We're intertwined. So we've stayed, promised in our fiscal position. It's never gone up in the whole time. My next slide. And then, we've gotten people from your community to be investors so that you're not just sitting here as a county wondering who's in this guy's ear. Kevin Nagel's in my ear. He might be in your ear from time to time, but he's often in mine. He's probably in Tiffany's once in a while. Jeff Butler, Siri Nelson, some of you serve on the board. Regina, she sends her apology, but she said her marketing. And then, of course, Kyle's been a board of director. He's actually on the board right now. So it's not as if, when you build these organizations, all they care about is downtown Sacramento. That's all the first thing you run into. And they see, all they care about is Golden One. But as you can see, your colleague, and who's very talented, is actually one of my bosses now. And he told me if this didn't go well, my goose was cooked. So I'm trying to make sure Kyle doesn't take me out. But so then I think my last slide is this my last slide or is this? Yeah, I mean, we're just, I don't think you need a lecture from me on where you're at. So let's go to the next slide. Yeah, so 33% of your residents are working outside your county in the broader piece. So we secure that job position. We've shown you have some income. And the only thing that I would say, I've been in your shoes. I've seen governors go in. I've seen, like back in Michigan, Michigan's economy collapsed, and what the governor of Michigan did, got rid of the state economic development agency, got rid of all the incentives because he's getting ready to go cut schools and universities, and he didn't want to have an optical problem that, well, you're up here, doing marketing and fancy stuff, and you're laying off teachers in Detroit. So they come in and scrape all that stuff. This is exactly, John Engler did this. And then a year and a half into scraping all that stuff, he found out things were getting a lot worse because he was unarmed in the competition for building his job and tax base. So you have no easy decisions. I'll accept whatever decision you make with gratefulness. I'm grateful for your friendship. I'm grateful for the time we've spent together. But, my only cautionary tale is you're not going to get out of this challenge on your own. You're going to need a larger collective action model to do that. And I think we've done a pretty good job. And, I was told, well, no one's presenting because, we're all getting cut. I said, well, I never miss a pitch. And I wanted to come out and tell you thank you. I didn't want to come out and ask you for the money. I wanted to come out and thank you for the help. And I'm still here to help you no matter what you do. And I hope you'll, use some of the things and inputs that I had in my career. I hope it'll be helpful to you from some time. So thank you for having me.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Appreciate it. All right.
For the presentations, the rest are just receiving file for the other group. So however you guys want to.
All right. So any questions? I'll bring it back to colleagues. Any questions from the board or anything like that? None? None? All right. I guess no questions. I guess I'll open it up to public comment. Come on
Now
up.
taking public comments specifically regarding item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Kim Stoll, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians. And on behalf of the Tribal Council and Chairwoman Quaylar, we encourage you to continue the relationship with GSAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good afternoon. This is Tracy Doyle. Today I'm calling on behalf of the Political Action Committee. Myself and some friends formed Patriots of El Dorado County. I just want to let you know that we actually support the direction you seem to be going in to not remain a part of the Greater Sacramento Area Economic Council, as well as the not funding the chambers. It looks like you guys have given the council about $60,000 to $63,000 a year of our TOT money. And while the presentation was impressive, I think it's time that we exit and stop spending money on things like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. This presentation is also always a great marketing spiel, but I'm still not convinced that it fits a benefit to our county. One of the things that was brought up specific to the data center potential, although they talked about PG&E, I want to highlight what was missed, which was data centers like that, particularly with AI and stuff, requires a large amount of water. That was excluded. So I know this personally because I work with data centers all the time. I want to highlight one thing. There was in Phoenix, Arizona, there was a massive growth for data centers because there was a lot of land out there. But then they had to halt that growth because they didn't account for correct planning with water. So it could sound good, but again, it's marketing and you're being given partial information. I think a lot of our county, everybody's kind of concerned with the amount of water that we have available to us anyways, particularly for supporting our farmers and ranchers. So I just want to highlight, it sounds good, but there's a lot of other factors that go into it. I spoke the last time this presentation came up, and I also agree that this is not money that's beneficial for us to spend on behalf of the county. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris.
Thank you, board. My comments relate to more specifically, what has GSEC done for the El Dorado Hills Business Park development, the Barnett Business Park development, and the Park West Business Park development. I didn't hear, maybe I missed it, the more specific benefits rather than just the regional. We understand that we are essentially a bedroom community to the Sacramento area. And with that, we have some large developments that are very, what I'll call important in regards to people with a large amount of income. But essentially there is a much broader perspective of what we used to say is jobs, jobs, jobs. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Chris.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so close public comment, and this is a no action item, so we don't need, you guys got any questions or or anything? Nobody? Right. Okay. All right, so I'll move on to, we got some closed session items. You know, Dave, do you want to, we can go into closed session now, you think, and sit here and then come back, or how do you feel about that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe that would be appropriate. If you would take comment on the closed session, then we can recess into closed session at that point.
All right, okay. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 27 through 30 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment. Anybody in the boardroom would like to?
We are now
Speak on
taking
closed
public
item.
comment specifically regarding closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Does anybody here in the board chambers like to speak on the closed session items? All right, let's go to Zoom participants.
And now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
All right, at this time, we'll recess to closed session. closed session. County Council, any report out on item 27?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The board did hear item number 27, and as a result of that discussion, the applicant on item number 26 has withdrawn her application for a cardroom employee work permit. So I would request that item number 26 be continued off calendar as a result.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I guess we can move on with our updates, supervisor updates.
Yeah.
Lori, start with you.
Okay. If I remember right, we didn't do them last meeting, so just a few things though. Let's see, Supervisor Veerkamp and I on April 2nd had a meeting with staff for an airports update. Even though we're not an ad hoc committee, the airports are in our district, so that's going to be an ongoing thing for us. And I had a virtual meeting with a HIP camp representative. I don't know if she's reached out to everyone yet, but there's some proposed legislation that would allow jurisdictions to maybe opt into some HIP camp stuff, but you're not required to. So something we might want to look into, depending if the legislation is passed or not. There's a lot of technology stuff going on over there. Let's see, what else do we have? Supervisor Turnbull and I on April 4th met with the El Dorado Community Foundation Executive Director just to look into the Caldor recovery funds and some options there for housing, which by the way is moving on.
Yes,
You've got
it
some
is.
updates there. It's kind of
Yeah.
cool. And then on April 9th at the El Dorado Water Agency meeting, the Tahoe City Public Utility District, is a general manager, I think is his title, came down and gave us an update on projects up there, which we really appreciated. And because he wasn't able to give us an update when we went up there last time. So he came down, which was very nice. And then also we worked on our strategic plan workshop, which went really well. Good participation by everyone. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that draft is going. And it seems like there was one more thing I did want to tell you. Oh, here it is. Pioneer Community Energy Meeting, I think it was last week. The Pioneer Board approved an agreement for carbon technology, low carbon fuel standard credits. And basically, it's legislation that was passed. And if you opt into it, your jurisdiction will get, you sell the credits for the number of EV, electric vehicle charging stations you have. And on the chart of all that, this is the part that I thought you guys would think was funny, or I thought it was, but the chart of all the jurisdictions that are part of Pioneer Community Energy right now, El Dorado County is rocking it. We have way more than everybody else. I don't know how that, I think the other jurisdictions have some in the pipeline, but I just want to give staff a heads up that Pioneer and their, it's called Fuse, F-U-S-E, technologies will be reaching out to see if we want to participate in that. And it's actually not a lot, but it's a little bit of revenue generation for having charging stations. So we're always looking for revenue. And I thought that was a neat opportunity. And I think that's it.
Yeah, right.
Just building on the water agency meeting, we also started working on strategic planning, and there's another meeting next Friday, I think. Hopefully we'll
Oh my
complete that.
gosh, it's coming out.
Yeah.
Something soon.
So lots of good stuff in the works there. I've had meetings with the city of Placerville mayor and their Cleve Morris, their manager, mainly around unlicensed vendors and homelessness. That's obviously a topic we're talking about with the MOU and so forth.
Mhm.
And then since then, I've talked with Sheriff Lykoff as well about unlicensed vendors and homelessness as late as yesterday. So when the next move we're going to have is with the sheriff and the chief of police, so we can get on the same page with the homeless strategy, not the ones that are providing or getting good service out of the navigation center, but the ones that are just living out the bushes.
Mhm.
So that's what we're working on there. We've had a couple budget ad hocs. Lori mentioned the airports. I met with the community health center executive director, just talked about the topic of health and the cooperation between the tribal health, Marshall Hospital, and the community health center, which I believe is going very well. We had a monthly SACOG meeting was transit was highlighted. And then obviously it's a continual process on the blueprint. We all had James's presentation here a few weeks ago, but there was a lot of Transit 101 and the funding for transit, which we get ours through EDCTC. We're not part of the regional funding through SACOG, but they funnel it through Woodrow Gloria, and then it comes to us for our transit agency. Had a meeting with the Apple Hill Growers Association talking about this coming ranch marketing season. And they're very supportive of people in their group sticking to the ranch marketing requirements. And then also met back with the city of Placerville and Woodrow Gloria with EDCTC on a cost share for the Trip to Green program in the works for Highway 50 through the city of Placerville. And so more to come there. We briefed Tiffany on that as well yesterday. Transportation was also involved, our transportation director. So more to come.
Okay, Brooke,
No report. Thank you.
no report.
Just brief, met with our senator a week and a half ago. Last Wednesday was a Behavioral Health Commission meeting. Met with a few constituents, but for the most part last week I was sick as a dog. So
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, that's all I have.
That's all you got? Well, anyway, like I said, we've had discussions on our budget ad hoc committee, meetings that we've had. It's ongoing is what it is. We're discussing a lot of different things and ideas to bring revenue also to our county. We talked about that. I had a meeting with Lori on Title 25, met with him, with Caleb. They're gonna actually break ground on Mac's house. They're gonna do the foundation first. It's great news. We're gonna have a big kind of a groundbreaking celebration. I invite everybody to come. I think it'll be a great thing, at least get the one first Title 25 home built. And then we'll move on to other ones because I think there's about 27 that need to be done. So this is a great thing. Man, I've been working on this for a long time. So finally it's
only been
coming.
4 years. What are you
Only
talking
4
about?
years, yeah. Only
You're
4
all- you're
years,
doing
but
great.
I think it's moving forward. I think it's fantastic. Also had a luncheon I went to in Georgetown, the Women's Republican. Spoke about, they wanted to talk about logging and the executive orders that were put in place by Donald Trump, which will open up our force, especially for logging, but also the 25% that USDA actually another 25% more is what it is. So this will help with fuel breaks, vegetation management, and also cleaning our forest. One of the things that was brought up about the piles and stuff, and they rake the forest, and I had to explain what a rake is. A rake is not a regular rake. It goes on the front of a bulldozer is what it does, which rakes the forest and piles it up, and then it goes, and then a masticator can come in there and grind it all up and stuff. So anyway, it was a great luncheon. Lori actually joined me, is what it is, because it was her district, and I don't want to step in your district without asking you first. So
You don't have
anyway,
to ask. I just appreciate you inviting me. Thank you.
yeah. Well, I wanted to make sure everybody is your district. So anyway, all right. So that's pretty much all I have right now. Okay. So I guess we'll go ahead and recess to close.
See, I
Oh,
don't have
see, oh, you
anything.
got it? No.
Make something up now.
Yeah, you don't have
Just do
anything?
it.
Well, I hope this is good news. You will not have to have a budget discussion for 6 weeks.
Yay.
So
Oh.
after
How many,
today.
how many more
So
budget ad hoc?
You will have, well, I'll have to see if there's another one scheduled in there, but our next budget discussion will be on June 10th, which will be the recommended budget. So we've taken all that you've provided us through these really 8 different meetings. And we will incorporate that direction. And I just thank you for your patience as we've navigated this, probably the most challenging budget that we've had in 10, 15 years. I think you've done really well though, and been very strategic and thoughtful about it. And so we're ready. We'll now get to work in my office to compile the actual budget. So hopefully things will go smoothly on the 10th. And while you will not have a budget meeting next week's agenda is packed. So just be prepared.
Yeah.
Starting with 9 o'clock with our guests from Japan.
Right, right.
Oh, that's right. That's
That'll-
next week.
Should be quick. yeah.
Already.
So I got
Okay.
one go back. I wrote a letter. It's Assembly Bill 470 is put on to do away with AT&T landlines. And I wrote a bill to the Public Utilities Commission, but also the governor and our state senator and our assemblyman to actually oppose this bill, because there's a lot of people who live in the rural area, you know, they rely on these landlines, especially when it comes to public safety. So,
When you write letters like that, how do you sign them as supervisor of District 2?
yeah. Can go in closed session? Right. Maybe, yeah, we will. Don't we?
Probably.
Yeah, just
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board did complete its closed session agenda and there is no action to report out.
Okay. All right, so we're adjourned. At actually 3:20. Yeah, well, my phone, it was actually, 3:28. Yeah, it's 3 minutes fast. Still.